the whole day. So I'll ask commissioners to speak up, make sure you got the mic right in front of you. And our presenters and guests also need to make a little extra effort to be loud. And that may not be too difficult for some, so we'll see. So we'll begin our meeting like we do always with the flag salute. And we have Park Ranger 2, Bobby Dart, to lead us in this flag salute. Thank you. Right. Okay, now I'd like to call the roll of the commission, and I'll just start over here with our newest commissioner, Commissioner Rod, please.
Good morning. My name is Ali Rad from Olympia.
Good morning. Lori Conley from Spokane.
Sophia Dannenberg from Whidbey Island.
Holly Williams, Vancouver.
Good morning, Mark Brown from Lacey.
Good morning, Mike Latimer from Yakima.
And I'm Ken Vouds from Seattle and chair of the commission. So now we have an introduction of executive leadership team by our Director Depew.
Thank you, Chair Bounds. This morning we have with us Deputy Director Mike Sternbach, Administrative Services Director Laura Holmes, Operations Director John Crimmins, Parks Development Director Heather Saunders, Stewardship Director Lisa Lance, Legislative Director Owen Rowe, Human Resources Director Amber Erdahl, Tribal Relations Director Jenna Bowman, our Executive Assistant Becky Ellison, and attending virtually we have our Communications Director Claire DeLong, and we also have with us our Assistant Attorney General Andy Wu.
We also begin our meetings with an Indigenous land acknowledgement statement. We humbly acknowledge the Spokane people for the invitation to gather on their ancestral lands. We would like to take a moment to acknowledge the importance of these lands and the original stewards of them. We do this to reaffirm our commitment and responsibility in improving relationships between nations and to improving our own understanding of local Indigenous people and the culture. Thank you. Now we have recognition of state and local and tribal leaders. Do we have any local elected officials, state elected officials, or tribal leaders would like to introduce themselves? Seeing none, we will begin to, do we have any changes to the agenda?
At 9:10 regarding the director's salary.
Is there a second? Okay, we've been motion to amend the agenda to begin on item number 1, 9:10, to increase the director's salary. To call that to a vote. Any discussion? All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Hearing no opposition, motion carries. So do we have a motion to approve the agenda as amended?
The agenda is amended.
Do we have a second?
Second.
All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Motion passed. Logistics. Becky Ellison.
Yes. In case of an emergency, we're going to exit out the room that way, head to the stairs, and head out to the valet area. The restrooms are by the elevator for those that need them.
And I want everyone to know that Becky has nothing to do with the construction outside, even though she's tried very hard to possibly make some changes to that. Okay, approval of the meeting minutes of previous meetings. Do I have a motion to approve the minutes of January 25th in Olympia and March 1st virtual work session? So moved. In a second. Been moved and seconded. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Motion passes. Okay, our first item on the agenda is motion to increase the director's salary. Do I hear a motion to do so?
Yes, thank you. I move that the commission authorizes a salary increase effective May 1st, 2023 to Director Diana Dupuy. This motion is based on our recognition of Director Dupuy's excellent first-year accomplishments and our interest in achieving more equitable salary alignment with similarly situated agency director positions at the same plateau level with approximately similar scope and size.
Do I hear a second?
Second.
So moved and seconded. I would like to just speak on the motion. This motion was developed by the executive committee in consultation with our human resources director. And I want to give a shout out to Amber for helping us through this process. We appreciate that. And acknowledgement of, the fact we went through the review process back in December and in January adopted our performance approval letter to the director. And I think all of us were unanimous in the excellent accomplishments achieved in a fairly short period of time by our new director. And we celebrated her anniversary April 1st, and we feel like it's important to continue that. So we have a motion on the floor and seconded. Any more discussion? Yes.
I would just like to speak. I'm fully in support of the motion. I think Diana has just done excellent work this year. And I also think that it is really important that her salary be more equitable with the other heads of other similar agencies. And I think it's important that we make that be done in part for that reason too.
Right. Any other comments or questions?
I've been good with that.
Okay, thank you. All those in favor, say aye. Any opposed? Hearing none, motion carries. Thank you. And thank you, Director.
It's been quite a year. Thank you all very much. I appreciate the recognition. I appreciate the relationship that we have and working together to build a better future for state parks. And it isn't possible, of course, with all the other people who are sitting at this table and sitting in the back of the room and the people, of course, that work under them. So I thank you very much.
Thank you, Director. Okay, now we move to the public comments section of our agenda. And our first speaker is Ken Carmichael. And Ken wears many hats. This one is Friends of and Groups of Washington State Parks. And I know, Ken, you will have no trouble speaking up.
I don't think I'll have any trouble.
Thank you for coming.
For the record, I am Ken Carmichael. I'm the treasurer of the Friends of Mount Spokane State Park and the Foundation, Riverside State Park Foundation. And I'm also a member of the Backcountry Horsemen of Washington as a director. And again, welcome to Spokane. We appreciate y'all coming here and seeing our parks. These groups, along with the Friends of the Centennial Trail and the Friends of the Spokane House, are pleased to provide diverse public input, education, advocacy, and financial support for our local parks. It's difficult sometimes to say when history starts, but I want to give you a little bit of history on the two organizations connected with the park to give you a perspective. It all started with something called land classification, CAMP. On September 30th, 1993, a state park employee came to Spokane, Dick Fankhauser, and we met in the county health building downtown, and he talked about land classification, and he met a firestorm. He and state parks in general learned that Spokane residents take their state parks very seriously. For the next 2 years, there were committee meetings, reports, negotiations, more reports, and then finally camp and land classification was developed. And along with that, so I'll make sure I get my dates right, August 28th of 95, we formed the Friends of Mount Spokane State Park and an advisory committee. And a year later, we became a 501c3. That's 28 years that this organization has been supporting the parks. At that time, about 96, and things quieted down, and I kept coming to commission meetings. They asked me why. And my answer was, I know someday you'll come to Riverside State Park, and when you open that door, I'm going to be standing there. So in May of 2020, a group of us met with park manager at the church out on 9 Mile and formed a citizens committee. And in, get my dates, April of 2001, we formed a corporation, a nonprofit corporation. And in July of 2002, we became a 501c3. But we weren't a friends group. And we weren't because we weren't satisfied with the way things were going on Mount Spokane. So we held off, and we were an advisory group. We met with the manager consistently, but we were not a friends group until 2013, where we negotiated a contract with state parks that met our needs as a friends group. As I said, Spokane takes its state parks very seriously, and we're happy to be here and meet with you whenever you're in town. We provide diverse public input. We provide education, advocacy, and certainly financial support. We want to thank you for the opportunity to meet with you and to provide this input and support. On a side note now.
Well, I think we've run out of time, Ken.
Oh,
But
okay.
you got a quick side note?
Yeah, anybody that wants to come to Spokane and see these parks the way they should be seen, that's on a horse, see me. And I will take you on a horse, a boat, or a kayak, and you can see your park the way it should be seen.
Thank you.
Questions?
Any questions? Thank you, Ken. I'll have to tell you my horse stories and my bad horse karma, so I may not take you up on it. Our next speaker is Adrian Barak. Is that correct? And Darren Swan. And we have 3 minutes, right? 3 minutes,
Yes, please.
Mr. Rock. Thank you for coming.
Thank you. Thank you for giving us the opportunity to talk.
Okay, introduce yourself and begin. 3 minutes.
Thank you. I'm Adrian Barak, and my colleague here is Darren Swan. Yes.
Yes, it's.
Is it
yeah,
better now?
That's, yes.
Okay. So, esteemed commissioners, director, and staff of Washington State Parks Department, I'm Adrian Barak, and my colleague is Darren Swan. I will deliver my presentation with a Romanian accent. It comes naturally to me. We represent Wilbur Precast Incorporated, a Spokane precast concrete manufacturer with 2 other branches in Lewiston, Idaho, and Yakima, Washington. Wilbur Precast Incorporated has a history of over 100 years, and it diversified this product a lot in the last 20+ years. When we decided to participate at this meeting, we expected some dry presentations. Now we can say that we are impressed with some presentations and the fact that we learn about the thoughtful ways the Parks Department is striving to preserve our state beautiful and pristine habitats for future generations. We are also surprised to find out that the Parks Department has some of the same challenges that the private sectors have, finding good new hires and securing funds for the project. For securing funds for some of the projects, we think that Wilbur Precast Incorporated have the products that may help in different ways. Being precast concrete, they will last a long time. 100 years is not unheard of. This may save some future capital funds allocation and even maintenance funds for this obvious reason. Picnic tables are one of the examples. Also, some may be used as barriers, so they will preserve the pristine areas of the parks from unintended motorist use. This will save future cost allocation for restoration of those areas. Wilbur Precast products are not only structurally strong, but they are aesthetically pleasant and they blend with the surroundings almost naturally. Some of the products' pictures are included in the folders provided. They can be cast with color concrete and or stained to match the landscape. We brought flyers for the picnic tables, which are ADA compliant, and for the garden beds, both long-lasting with wood texture and stainable as desired, since we thought that these may be the products of greater interest to you. After listening to the presentations, we consider other products that may benefit the Parks Department. We attach few pictures of the Ready Rock retaining walls with the ledge stone and cobblestone faces, of the slate texture pavers and steps, and of the log-looking parking bumpers. There are other products that Wilbur Precast Incorporated cast that one may find on our website: shore protection, light pole bases, EV charging poles, bollards, and entrance signs. All these may be cast to match surroundings in shape and color. We appreciate the opportunity to present some of our products, and we thank you so very much for your attention.
Okay. Well, thank you very much, Mr. Brock, and make sure that this information gets to this appropriate staff in the agency. So
Thank you.
thank you. Thank you for sitting in yesterday as well.
Just in closing, guys, just real quick, I'm Darren Swan. I've been with Wilbert for 30 years, and I design most of our custom products. Some of the things that we've given you here. I'm going to hang around today, so if anybody has any questions for me and 30 years of producing these products and how I think it'll benefit you guys, just approach me on the break.
All right.
I'll answer what I can.
Thank you.
All right.
Thanks for
Thank you.
coming.
Thank you.
Yes. I think that's it for public comments. Is that correct? We have some prearranged speakers. I'm going to take a moment just to thank staff and thank the partners that we met with on Tuesday for our tours of the Glen Tana property, as well as the Spokane house and the information we received there, and the opportunity to speak to our Centennial Trail friends and our Riverside Park friends and the leadership, some of the leadership of the Spokane Tribe of Indians. So we appreciate that. Okay, so our first prearranged speaker today is Yvonne Kraus, Executive Director, Evergreen Mountain Bike Alliance. Yvonne, please. Oh, there's always a surprise in store at these commission meetings.
Presentation, Becky? Awesome, wonderful. I don't know, it must be this one. Yes, that's how I named it, I don't know if you
So we really need to speak into the microphone. I really do apologize.
No worries, is this
Uh,
better? Oh, yeah.
And
this is.
speaking to some older commissioners that, sometimes are going to be
I'm getting
like
there
this.
myself. My vision, I barely see you anymore, so I'll try my best.
Thank you.
Good morning. My name is Yvonne Kraus. I am the Executive Director of the Evergreen Mountain Bike Alliance, and I am here by a longtime request of staff to come and introduce myself. I'm sorry it's taken me so long to actually meet with you, and I really appreciate providing time for us on the agenda. Thank you for all you do for us, and congratulations, Diane. This is a good day for you too. Okay, so Evergreen wanted to just kind of highlight who we are, highlight the services that we provide, encourage investment in mountain bike trails from state parks, and I'll explain why, and then address any concerns that you might have. We're mission driven. We're in the business of creating and protecting sustainable mountain biking opportunities in Washington state. We've been doing so for over 30 years. We have grown to over 9,000 members in our community, and we actually employ 90 people on staff. which really surprises folks. We are now the largest statewide trail building organization in the nation for mountain bikers. So we've done a lot of work in Washington State and built hundreds of miles of trail to try and meet the incredible demand that we have in mountain biking, and to also address areas of conflict where we know we need to come up with innovative new trail solutions. We deliver 30,000 hours of volunteer work and labor per year with about 4,000 members. We have 8 chapters in which we do that, including one right here. And Melinda Dupree is with me here today. She's going to say a few words. Also, Chris Connolly behind me, if you can raise your hand because you can hear it. Okay, so what we do, we advocate, we work with state park staff a lot on public lands protection, conservation projects, recreation funding. We build and maintain trails. We educate youth and adults. Lots of camps and clinics happening in multiple sites, including state parks now. And we build community through volunteerism and events. We work all over the state now. I don't have time to go into all the details, but here's a list of our clients. You are on it. We haven't done many projects with state parks, so that's why I have a request to consider us as a partner a little bit more. But we've really worked in all sorts of settings now. Who we are as kids, adults, grandpas, grandchildren, hikers with disabilities who are on mountain bike trails and adaptive bikes. We're racers. We are women who build trails. We've become quite a diverse community as an organization. And most of all, we're a dedicated trail crew. We step in when we hear about issues. We'll come and fix it. We have a long-standing professional trail crew that have worked for over a decade with us. People stay with us. So lots of experience, a decade worth of trail crew experience in all sorts of settings. So Melinda is going to talk a little bit. Since we're in Spokane, I thought I'd share a little bit about the joy and the benefits of riding around Spokane on the trails that you and others offer.
Thanks, Yvonne. Thanks, everyone. Good morning. My name is Melinda Dupree. I grew up in northern Idaho. My dad was a retired Air Force serviceman, and then he returned to his roots and worked with the forestry department. All over northern Idaho. So I grew up being dragged across trails, really with my family, my older brothers, and developed a real love and connection with nature. So my career was in college athletics. And so that activity and that love of nature kind of came back together when I retired a few years ago and wanted to give back to my community. So I've been in Spokane for a total of about 25 years, off and on, and began mountain biking shortly after finishing graduate school. And remember, as I'm riding across trails, perhaps there's a bridge across a stream. And I would think to myself, gosh, thanks to whoever put that bridge in there. I wonder who those people are. And you can make some assumptions to how that happens, but I looked for myself and found a group in the Spokane area called I think it was the Fat Tire Trail Riders Club at that point in time, which evolved and became part of Evergreen Mountain Bike Alliance. So when I had the time after my career, I volunteered both with Washington Trails Association and Evergreen East Chapter. And I just find a real sense of satisfaction in now maybe being that person that maintains the trails, puts in the bridges, and still feel that connection with physical activity, with nature that I've had my whole life, that my father and my family instilled in me, and I hope that that continues through other folks in the community. It's a very satisfactory feeling, and I think it also enhances not only our physical health, but emotional, mental, psychological health that I think is very much in need today for folks of all ages. So thank you again.
Thank you, Melinda. Lots and lots of effort from volunteers going into trails here at local parks, and lots of match funding coming in from Evergreen to help make that possible and meet the need. Becky, I started a little different time than I thought, so let me know how much time I have left. But I wanted to highlight, thank you, that we are a very fast-growing sport. I think you all know that. Only 50% of the demand for mountain bike trails is met according to SCORP, and we've seen an additional 18% growth in the last few years with the recent SCORP that just came out. So we're working hard to fill a need and meet demand and to do that sustainably. I'm hoping you get a copy of this presentation so that you can see the numbers that are on here. But Washington State actually has the least accessible miles of mountain bike trail of all the Western states. So state parks can really help make up for a difference and help make Washington the best place to ride. There are a lot of misconceptions about what mountain bikers need. For the most part, I just want to highlight that mountain bike trail systems can be compact. You don't need much elevation change. You can cater to all levels of riders with a very small area of space, and this can all be done sustainably, creatively. And most of all, what's happening with the smaller parks investments, we are now seeing No Child Left Inside programming funding being allocated to Evergreen to our volunteer instructors. We have mom with kids classes. We have Spanish speaking only classes now. We enroll 350 youth through dirt camps every year and do adult and youth classes. So lots of opportunity. We also cater to all uses, and this is the biggest point I want to make today. You may have heard some recent complaints about a local trail. There's been a recent uptake about concerns of mountain bike trails, and there's a concern about potential black diamond trails in state parks. And I want to highlight that we've been doing this now for 30 years. I myself have been here for 8 years. In order to be successful and in order to make problems go away or even concerns go away, you want to cater to all level of riders. So you want to have an expert experience, you want to have the beginner experience, and you want to really understand what the user wants and see through some of the concerns that a non-mountain biker might have about trail features and erosion control. There are issues sometimes with mountain bike trails, just like they are with, with hiking trails. Because there are so few mountain bike trails available, when a trail opens, hundreds and hundreds of riders go and use it. So the impact of use is high. And yes, there is some erosion there, but we also are the #1 state recipient of the RTP funds. We are the #1 scoring grant because our volunteer community actually really steps in, steps up and fixes it. So we come up with solutions. We have, like I said, a professional trail crew. But my key request is that you try and prioritize all levels of trails. If we don't do that, we have learned that people will seek their own adventure. It's the same as a hiker who can't go to the top of a mountain, finding their own way to the top of the mountain and the viewpoint. So think about the full level of scale design in your projects. And then I wanted to highlight this because I met Diana a couple of months ago and we had a wonderful meeting, and I challenged her for state parks to build the very first adaptive mountain bike park in the nation. We're losing the race quick, but Evergreen is now doing that work as well. So I'll leave it at that. There's more information in this presentation. I just want to thank you for the investment that you have made, particularly at Squilchuck State Park, of course, here at Mount Spokane. These parks are effective, they're clean, they're highly performant. There are very, very few concerns and complaints at those parks. The trailheads are active, busy, and clean. And so mountain bikers really do step up when it comes to that kind of development with the professional crew. Lastly, there's a trail that's been put on hold. I'd like to bring your attention to it. It's the Olali Trail, and I'm hoping that that can be prioritized and built this year. We don't have a single project with state parks this year, so I'd like to change that and get your support in moving some trails from mountain bikers forward. I'll leave it at that. Sorry for my fast pace, but thank you so much for your time this morning. I really appreciate it.
Well, thank you. Do you have any questions of our guest speaker?
Just
Commissioner
want to,
Williams, yes.
if we can get the PowerPoint at some point, that'd be great. Oh, it is there. Okay, sorry.
Still slow internet this morning. It should be there now if you refresh.
All right, great.
Good.
So thank you very much, and thank you for the work you do. And yes, we want to encourage you to keep working closely with staff, both in the field and the Central staff, on when you're looking at trails and doing work on trails, because I know that's important to keep that collaboration going and get the work done properly and to meet the needs of our users. Mountain biking is, I know, a growth sector. I had some experience of that in Seattle many years ago, and you want to have something, you want to have places for them to go to, not places where they go find.
Right.
Yeah. So
That's right.
yeah, Commissioner Dannenberg.
But were you saying, is the adaptive trail in work or?
Yeah, we actually, well, not with state parks. So we
Not
just rebuilt a trail at Ducey Hill Mountain Bike Park to
okay.
change the grade and make it a little wider. The turning radius needs to be a little wider. And then all of our instructors have gone through adaptive bike training. So they've ridden the various types of bikes that exist for people with disabilities. And we've created a curriculum for it. So we work with Outdoors for All on that.
Right.
But no adaptive bike park exists yet. So that's the challenge to state parks is can we make this happen together? Because it would really be an amazing need to fill.
Again, thank you very much.
Thank you all.
Our-
Appreciate it.
Our next prearranged speaker, Jim Van Loben Sells. Yeah. From one of our partner organizations, MS 2000. And you still have snow, is that right, Jim?
100 inches at the top. Well, good morning, Director Dupuy, commissioners, ARC executive leadership team. I like that. And all of those advocates for state parks. My name is Jim Van Lobensells. I'm the general manager up at Mount Spokane. Just finished year 3 of my tenure up there. The ski season is over officially of last Sunday. And today I just wanted to kind of give you an update of where we are after my first 3 years and where we're going. So really excited to be here today to just share some of the great news and great successes and talk a little bit about some of the constraints and how we can continue this partnership and build. First off, I just kind of want to start with a record year. That's 212 inches of snow at Mount Spokane. I think our average is usually about 175. So we were blessed to open on December 3rd, right on time, and have a full season with 8 inches of snow the weekend before we close. So you couldn't ask for Mother Nature to cooperate more. Just from a revenue standpoint, when I took over, was the first start of COVID. They shut 6 weeks early, closed the ski season down, and we really didn't know our trajectory. At that point, Mount Spokane 2000 or Mount Spokane Ski and Snowboard Park was at about a $3 million budget. We've been able to grow that in the last 2 years to just over $7 million. That's going to translate in helping us, as you've heard in some of my previous meetings, create some capital to get some of the critical infrastructure projects done. And I think we haven't had that opportunity before. We've been a skeleton budget and really not had any excess reserve. So we now have a strategic reserve and we're able to save and start working on some of these big ticket items. So each department and area that we grew, it was phenomenal growth. Our season passes and our ticket sales are about equal in revenue, about $2 million each. The food and beverage department grew substantially this year. We got some local legislative asked dollars and basically had another $300,000 of food sales because of the reconfiguration of the kitchen. So every time we've invested, the chairlift that we did 3 years ago, the motor room that we got legislative support on, all of those are translating into greater guest experience and allowing us to grow our revenue stream. This just gives you some of the numbers. Our visitations last year were up slightly, but one of the things that COVID allowed us to do was move to more of an online platform and the digital platform. It allows us to control the day ticket sales. We have people pre-purchase their tickets before they get there. That allows us to manage the parking lot. And as you know, many of our state parks have not had new parking provided. And so we are able to now let our season pass holders come up whenever they want and then manage that crowd either for snow conditions or time of year. And we had no events where we didn't have any parking spots, but we got down to 5 a couple of weekends. So I think in the past we've had congestion in the parking lot and poor user experience. People show up and there's no parking spots. So I feel like that's one of the advantages of us being able to manage after COVID. As you can see, our Adaptive Ski program has been something that we take a lot of pride with and partner with Spokane City Parks and Recreation Department. Schools, homeschool program on Thursdays comes up with about 300 students, really trying to expand the education component and looking at Mount Baker and how they do their youth education programs and bring the public schools up. So we're looking forward to growing that. And then our race team is 500 plus events that we're having from all around Idaho, Washington, Montana, Oregon are visiting Mount Spokane State Park. So a lot of exciting programs and so forth. If you look at kind of where we're struggling a little, payroll, obviously with the minimum wage in Washington State is a huge impact on our operations. Just to keep our equipment running and the maintenance. And we have some old lifts that they don't manufacture anymore. So we're having to go to other ski resorts that are decommissioning and purchase those so that we have an inventory. So it's kind of been interesting. You heard me talk about the aging infrastructure, the 4 chairlifts, 45 plus years or older, and then just the undersized facilities. When Mount Spokane 2000 took over, there were 17,000 users. We're over 100,000 users, and the facilities haven't expanded it at all. This just gives you a little kind of overview of our capital projects. I met with the leadership team this morning just talking about the next step after our strategic plan is to kind of give you an overview of how we'd like to build out some of the facilities and infrastructure and make sure that that overlays with everything else that's going on in the state park. So I really look at this partnership as we're at a great turning point. We have trail planners in place now, Evergreen and all that they're doing, and our horseback user and all our user groups. This is a great time for Mount Spokane State Park and all of our state parks. So super excited to be at the table looking at where we're going next. You can kind of just see through the numbers, the size of the projects keep getting bigger. And that's concerning for me. It's roughly around $20 million in projects just to get it whole and bring it to today's standards. So, but I'm looking forward to getting creative with Mike and the team and looking at ways to do it, even if the legislative dollars aren't there. As we continue to grow our revenue stream, that will allow us to reinvest back in the mountain as a nonprofit. All of the energy and efforts go towards this reinvesting in infrastructure. So the things that we're kind of focused on is summer camps. We have gone to year round. We have 6 weeks of summer camps this year with 60 kids in each camp. So summer programming has been a high priority. Continuing the mountain biking experience and building that with some trails potentially in the concession area. Adding the food and beverage in the summer with our winning program. And when the new lift goes in, we'll be able to provide bike service up to the top of Mount Spokane and take some of that road traffic off. So kind of excited to bring that into play. Super excited about the fact that Bear Creek Lodge is coming to fruition, and just really want to be an active member of that conversation in any way we can help and be part of that concession. Or certainly want to be a partner at the table. So, our ultimate goal is to leverage our relationship and bring our Washington State Park users a consistent and exceptional guest experience. So still remains one of our #1 priorities. And with that, I would just say thank you. We've had an incredible 27 years, of which I've only been 3. So I'm just going to say and leave on thank you for coming to Spokane, visiting our great community. We have a lot of great partners here, and looking forward to working with all of you.
Thank you, Jim. Any questions, Commissioner Brown?
Chair, good morning, Jim. 2 quick questions, or maybe they're not quick, but I went skiing 2 weeks ago, twice with my 15 and 12-year-old grandsons at Alta. The first day we skied, by the way, this isn't my question, but the first day we skied, they were celebrating 755 inches of snow. The second day we skied, 3 days later, they were over 800. And I received a text or an email the other day saying, come back, we now have 877 inches of snow. So yeah, be careful what you ask for, I guess, because sometimes going up some of those lifts, I felt like the snow was just right under my skis. It It was pretty incredible. But I wanted to say that I needed to sell my car to pay for the lift tickets and probably the second car to pay for the food that my grandsons consumed up there. The lift tickets are just unbelievable. I wanted to ask you, what is a midweek adult lift ticket at Mount Spokane?
I believe it's 54.
How much?
54.
54.
And I think there are different discounts as well. But what I will say as a community mountain, our goal and Director Dupuy and I had a lot of conversations about creating access and affordability. And I will say as a community mountain, we're able to keep even our day passes at 75 to 80, I think will be our new pricing, which is still reasonable when you go to the west side and they're 120 to 150. So of the mountains, we're the second highest price, but there's also some energy with two of the ski areas packaged together. They're the same ownership. So it's kind of hard to compare where we are because they do things together now. But overall, I think our pricing is moderate. It's not overpriced, and I think it creates a lot of access for the community.
Strikes me as a great value.
Yes.
The second question is, on one of your slides, you talked about the challenges associated with infrastructure, and those are big numbers when you put them all together. But I wanted to ask you the status of your current ask of the legislature in association with the chairlift replacement. I know we're all waiting for the final budget to be disclosed, but what's the status on that front?
So if you recall, we worked through the state parks capital budget to put the 4.1 million for the chairlift in the state parks budget. And with all of the governor's maneuvers and so forth, obviously there was a lot of the capital budget that wasn't fulfilled. So I feel like our recognizing the reality of the political environment and having been at Olympia a number of times, which you guys were there at the same time, it's going to be a long time before we can get those dollars. So I feel like I'm recalibrating now. We've had 3 back-to-back great years. We're starting some savings that we couldn't do in the past. Hopefully looking with the executive leadership team on different options, possibly using some of the concession rent to just be capital projects for a couple of years. And leveraging some grant opportunities as well. What I found is our local ask is usually less than $1 million if we go with the local legislator asking for us. And even this year of the 970 that we asked for, we'll probably only get 100,000. So much smaller numbers. And so just going to get creative and figure a way to make it happen. And any support you guys can help us as we're trying to navigate that to get to the destination sooner will be great. I'll be super grateful. So.
All right, Commissioner Dannenberg and then Commissioner Rod.
So I'm glad we're back on this slide because I had a question about this. If anyone was sort of tuned into our work session yesterday, we heard that we've been getting a lot of inflationary pressure in state parks. And I was wondering, especially for some of these lodge projects, are these recently priced? Are they reflecting recent sort of the inflation?
Yeah, so this is current, I guess I would say. The surface lift, we actually have funded completely, and that's on its way. And then the Vista Cruiser lift, the number 3, that's our top priority after the surface lift. I think I can get that done in 3 years and fund it fully. So again, I'm working with Director Sternbeck and the leadership team to kind of show the plan that I have and the trajectory to try and make that happen. But yeah, this is current pricing. And I do have a grant in that guest service building with Patty Murray for the 5.8 for a new guest service building. So that's a federal ask right now. And that could happen here in their legislative session as well. So trying to get in every bucket but be realistic too. So.
Commissioner Rod.
Good morning, Jim. Nice to see you. Question about the summer camps for the youth. Is this a contract with the schools? Can you give me a little briefing about that?
Yeah, so when I started, we had not explored summer camps, and we hired an outdoor recreation manager my first year in to run our ski school, but her strengths also allowed us to expand into summer. Currently, these are just run straight through our website and our mountain, but we're looking as we grow over the next couple of summers to invite schools and parks like Spokane City Parks and Recreation Department in to add additional layers into those programs. But the first year we did 4 weeks. Last year we did 6 weeks with 40 students in each camp, and this year we'll do 6 weeks with 60 students in each camp. So it's growing, but we aren't using the school system for that at this point.
The question is, do they, the people who cannot afford to pay the fees, is there any allotment for that for needy families who want to put their kids in a summer program?
Yeah, so not at this point, but our goal is, our board right now is actively working on 2 things, an endowment, and then as well, kind of, we are a 501c3 nonprofit, and funding the education component that you're talking about to create access points. We do work with schools and some of our homeschool programs and discount those programs so that they are affordable. And if we do have people that come up or families that are trying to gain access, we work with them and we make it happen.
Because I assume there are some nonprofit organizations who help that can be the connection for that.
Right. Yeah. Before I arrived, they really didn't have a system in place to handle that. But that's one of our kind of legacy programs that we're trying to build out and fund. And I think we're in a great position to make that happen for next season.
Well, I hope I will hear about it sometime next year.
Yeah.
Thank you. Thank you, Jim.
Thank you.
Thank you, Jim. Thanks. And we appreciate you coming out, and we appreciate what you guys do up on the mountain. So thank you. Okay. So now our third prearranged speakers, the Spokane Tribe of Indians and Inland Northwest Land Conservancy. You come up and introduce yourselves, and thank you again for Tuesday. We appreciate the efforts out at the Glen Tana property, and we enjoyed our time out there on Monday. So, Tuesday, I mean, thank you.
We're all about the land, so we're going to spare you the digital presentation. State Park Commissioners, thanks so much for this opportunity to meet with you again to discuss the Glen Tana acquisition project. My name is Dave Schaub. I'm the Executive Director of the Inland Northwest Land Conservancy. We're a regional nonprofit land trust serving Eastern Washington and North Idaho. And with me is our partner and good friend, Commissioner Monica Tenasket, Councilwoman Monica Tenasket from the Spokane Tribe. She wants me to go first.
Elders first.
Oh, nice. So first of all, thanks so much for joining us out on the land on Tuesday. Thanks for braving the elements and getting out for some nice walks and I hope inspiring vistas. And it really is, this is a story about the land and its merits. First and foremost, I hope that you found it as inspiring as we do. I mentioned on the bus our analysis of regional land conservation opportunities and our Olmsted 2.0 vision for creating accessible parks throughout the Inland Northwest for all of our growing regional residents. And what I failed to mention is that Spokane County lags well behind most Western states with regard to the percent of land protected within the county. The average for Western states is 30% of land of surface area in counties is permanently protected. In Spokane County, that's hovering right around 9%. So we have a long way to go to bring more natural lands into conservation status, accessible to our residents. If you look around as you have been traveling throughout the region in the last few days and consider that 92%, roughly 92% of what you're looking at is privately owned and subject to potential land conversion, it really reframes sort of the beautiful natural vistas that we see around us. And so this opportunity really helps us move the needle in the right direction with regard to that number. Additionally, the Glen Tana property is truly the last remaining opportunity to protect a piece of land this large, this close to an urban center across the entire state of Washington. So this is not just a local opportunity of historic significance, but it really is of statewide significance. And so I hope that you had a chance to look at the funding table that I shared with you on Tuesday. My ask of you is twofold. One is to support state park staff in their efficient fast tracking of a redrawing of the Riverside State Park camp boundary to include all of the Glen Tana property, so that then the second part of my ask, the agency can elevate this acquisition as an internal priority for WWRP funding in the 24-25 biennium, and then if necessary, again in the 26-27 biennium. As is shown in the funding table, we like to say we're spreading the pain equally and across a number of funding sources. Our organization is bringing substantial funds to put equity into the property and borrow substantial monies to make the acquisition happen. And then we're paying off that debt in the coming 36 months through federal, state, tribal money, and then eventually, as necessary, WWRP money. So with that, I'm going to turn it over to Monica and just urge you to revisit the land with us in your minds as you think about this opportunity in the coming years. Thanks.
West, Monica Tenasket from Spokane Tribe. Good day, my friends. I am so glad to see you all again. I really enjoyed the tour with you on Tuesday. Very cold, chilly day. Took all night to warm up, but it was a beautiful day. So I just want to say that sometimes amazing opportunities present itself. And I say, finally, you know, the prayers of our people and our land, our animals, our salmon, and our ancestors are finally answered. And beautiful collaborations happen. And that is how I feel is happening at this very moment with INLC and Washington State Parks. As you know, the Glen Tana property is in the ancestral lands of the Spokane tribal people. And my ancestors, they lived on that land, and the land sustained their ways of living for hundreds, thousands of years. And I believe that's what we are intending on doing again, is to sustain the people of this region. And as you know, the Spokane tribe is diligently working to reintroduce salmon to the region. And we are very hopeful we're going to bring salmon back to the region. We're working on a 20-year plan to do so. And I feel the Spokane tribe has the best fisheries team. And as you heard from our team member, Dr. Brent Nichols, on the tour, that particular property is very special and very unique. And there is no other opportunity like this to reintroduce salmon on the Little Spokane River. And so we want to ask as well from the Spokane tribe for your support of this endeavor that we're about to take on. I really, personally, I don't ever believe anything's a coincidence. I always believe we are meant to be exactly where we are, and we are here to fulfill our purpose. I feel like that's why we're all compelled to do this type of work. And for the Spokane tribe, I feel like we are listening to our ancestors, and we are doing what we can to bring the salmon back to not only the Spokane tribal people, but to this region. And sometimes I believe Spokane forgets that salmon was in this river, and that we are a river people. We are salmon people. So with that, I just also want to echo Dave's words in asking for your support for this project. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember Tenasket and Dave. See if there are any questions or comments for our guest, Commissioner Brown.
A comment question. Funny thing happened on the way to Commissioner Connolly's house yesterday. I shared this with her, but Julie and I stopped at a grocery store to buy some flowers to take to her home. And when we were going through the checkout line, the lady said to Julie and I, "Where are you from?" And probably because she just didn't recognize us. I'm not sure what triggered that. I don't think I had any park insignias on, but I said, "Well, have you heard of Washington State Parks and Recreation Commission?" She says, "Yes, I have." And I said, "Well, we're over at the Davenport meeting." And she says, "Oh, I hope you'll support the Glen Terra property purchase." And I was really we were both very surprised. I said,
You're
"We're
everywhere."
just there."
We're following you, Commissioner Brown.
And so I said, "Well, we were just there yesterday." But then she asked the question that I'll ask you. She said, "Would parks end up owning the property?" And then you mentioned expanding our camp to show this as something that we have our eyes on in terms of management. Who would actually end up managing the property? I mean, who would end up owning the property?
That's an excellent question, and both parts of it are in flux, quite honestly. We've been really delighted by the flexibility that state park staff has shown with regard to the eventual ownership mosaic, deferring to Spokane tribal preferences around what lands and how much the tribe will own. Without trying to speak for the tribe, the conversations there are really focused. The tribe is very interested in owning and managing the portion of land that will support their tribal fisheries work, and is very open to owning more land than that, but is disinclined to manage the land for public benefit. And so additionally, and without getting into too many, sort of too deep in the weeds on this, some of the funding sources that we're going after work better for tribal ownership. Other funding sources work better for state ownership. And so it'll kind of depend on how that funding matrix trickles out. But basically, an idea is that state parks will manage through a long-term agreement that portion of the land that the tribe ends up owning that it does not need for its tribal fisheries work.
Good, thank you.
Anything more to add to that?
No, you covered it.
Okay.
Great. Commissioner Dannenberg.
I'm sure that I'm getting ahead of myself here, but I'm going to ask anyway. So, there's a purchase of the land this year, and then there's funding sources that are going out as far as 2027, and that would be then reimbursing it would be paying off a loan. Is that?
Yes, that's right.
Yeah.
So would we, if there was a purchase of the land this year, would we be, when would sort of we be looking at active management of the land? If we were like, this would be a great place for an adaptive mountain bike, site, when could you actually start that type of work on the land? Would we be looking at that sooner, or would you be waiting for this sort of grants out in this 2027 timeframe?
Yeah, a lot is TBD on that. Inland Northwest Land Conservancy is also not a large-scale park owner and manager, although we do own and manage the Waikiki Springs property immediately adjacent to the Glen Terra property up here to the north on the upstream side of the property. We do have the volunteer pool and the staff capacity to support stewardship and restoration activities on the land prior to transferring it into state parks management. We've had some discussions about the pacing and the capacity for state parks to get out on the land and do trail development, and there might be good reason for INLC to do some of that prior to transitioning management responsibilities and or ownership to state parks. That's would all be negotiated in a management agreement, but we're not. When all goes according to plan, I mean, it's my job to be the eternal optimist, and we close on the property on August 29th. We're not assuming that State Parks takes over management on September 1st. So we'll look to be not only a bridge landowner, but land manager, depending on how the conversations continue going with State Parks and with the Spokane tribe.
Okay, any other questions or comments? Or I'll make one. As a West Sider and Washingtonian, I just want to thank the Inland Land Conservancy and the Spokane Tribe of Indians for stepping up and doing this. It's a risk. We all know that. We don't know exactly what the funding is going to be in the future, and the management, as you just said, none of that's been worked out. But stepping forward and seeing the vision and the potential and of such a big piece of property in this area, I appreciate that from the West Side. So thank you guys for doing that, and thank you, Councilmember Tenasket, for joining us today too. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank
I'll
you.
convey that to my board tonight.
And I will also share it with the rest of our tribal council on lunch.
Okay, we're going to circle back to some general public comments. We got a little bit ahead of ourselves on the time wise, so we've got Nicole Craigmile. Okay, thank you. We got 3 minutes, and introduce yourself. And
sure. I do not need 3 minutes. My name is Nicole Craigmile, though, and I'm here on behalf of mountain bikers in our area. I've been enjoying our trails for about 10 years, and it's been a phenomenal resource for me, being able to just escape the day-to-day drudgery, get out on the dirt, smell those pine needles. And I'm here to advocate for more of that. I know our community is growing, and COVID was many things, and one of the things it did was it really drove people outside. So trailheads are just full. We could use the space, and we would love the trails. So accommodating the different user groups is always a challenge, and it's something that we'll all navigate together. But at the end of the day, our love for the nature and the natural space that we have here is just a gem. And I'd like to thank, I guess, coordinating with Evergreen East and the equestrian groups and the hiking groups and our future together to just really grow the resource that we have to access these natural spaces would just be a beautiful thing. That's really all I had to say.
all right, well, thank you.
Thank you.
Any questions or comments? My only comment is everybody I know that mountain bikes is a woman. So I don't know if that's the okay, now we will go to commissioner reports. And let's start over this with Commissioner Rob. We'll begin with you, and then we'll work our way this way.
The last 2-3 months, I had conversation with the director about electrifying the state parks equipment and fleet. Today, EPA will be issuing the draft tailpipe regulations. It'll be more restrictive. But I'm looking at our mission as a state park in terms of providing a clean environment in the parks, using tools that doesn't create noise or a fume. And I understand reading the plans, the work plan from last year, there is some talk about sustainability, little pieces of EV charger here, little there. And I think the agency should get to the point now to put a plan together. And the plan should have elements of solar panels, power walls, all tools has to be electrical, EV charger, also solar lighting. I have solar lighting in my parking lot 5 years ago. I don't have to pay electricity bill. Okay. So like the rangers, why they have to go around the park in a pickup truck? They can go with Segway. They have it at the airports. They have it in different places in Europe, all where. So my request here, Mr. Chairman, uh, that the agent should put a plan with all these elements and hoping we can look at the progress we are doing about it. That's my.
Okay, okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Director, you want to respond to that?
Thank you, Commissioner Rod. We've had a lot of conversations about this since you've joined the commission, and it is a goal of ours to move forward with electrifying our fleet, looking at alternate energy sources. We've recently had talks about how we do that more than just vehicles and power tools, but what it would take to put a park campground in an alternate energy source situation or a park office or something like that. And I know that you're looking for, I think if I'm understanding you correctly, a plan of how we're going to do replacement of things. So we have, as you know, many things that we have replaced. We have a couple of parks. Twin Harbors comes to mind, where they have electrified all of their hand tools. We have some electric vehicles, one that's here in Spokane, one of the Ford F-150 Lightnings. We've had, of course, as you've heard yesterday with the Capitol presentation about supply chain issues, we still feel some of that. That doesn't mean, though, that we can't put something together that looks like what is our long-term trajectory here. A lot of it has to do with funding, of course, and if we're replacing things as they wear out, that's a plan that we can do. If we're looking at a wholesale replacement of everything, that's a different plan that we can do. And the funding sources, of course, are much different for that. I know our legislative director, Owen Rowe, will be talking a little bit about the budget later today and what we're looking at potentially getting from the legislature in how that would look towards our achieving our climate goals. But I think that there's something that we can work on that will give you some of the information that you're looking for and where we are now, where we are today, in our gas powered emissions, where we are today in our electric type vehicles. I don't think have any solar walls in state parks, and just looking at what the possibility of that, how much funding we would need to do those things, and what funding source we would be looking for. If we don't get money in this session, of course, there's the supplemental budget that's coming up in 2024, where we can look at asking the legislature as well. And so it's not to say, that if we take funding now to do some of this, it comes at a cost of something else. So that is actually a conversation with the commission about, when you're looking at those priorities, how does the commission feel about that? So that's where we are today. That doesn't mean that we'll be there, 6 months or 12 months from now.
Plan. All what we need is identify a resource, staff time, or have a project position to put the plan together to ID with numbers and the cost saving. Then we can see the plan more clearly, how can it be implemented. Now what we have is, we have a truck over here, we have a truck over there. Well, that's not the issue. We need to reduce carbon. We need to have a plan, and we have cost-effective way of measuring our success and where we're going to be in a year or 2 years or 3 years.
Absolutely. And I completely agree with you, because, that's how we measure progress, right? Otherwise, it's just sort of this ad hoc effort to replace this and replace that. We do have a new fleet manager that just started 2 weeks ago. And so working with our old fleet manager in contracts and procurement. So I think that there might be some staff energy there that we can start to develop what a plan would look like.
Yeah, so I guess I'd just suggest that perhaps at our July meeting, the director can come back, staff can come back
Update.
with how,
Yeah. Great.
how they're going to approach this.
Yeah,
Because
great.
it's going to take time, it's going to take
Yeah.
effort, and it's going to take
Yeah, but
energy.
you see, the fleet
to
now
do
you're going to
that.
be focusing on cars. We want holistic approach.
Yes.
Okay, great.
Yes.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, go ahead, Commissioner Denham.
I think, again, while I I think that we do need to look at this as a commission priority. And I'm going to say this as specifically as a woman, that very often, the loudest voice wins. That just becomes a thing that staff does. And we have an agreement about what our commission priorities are. And so I am going to speak up now as a woman, as a Black woman, as a woman of color, whose voices are often overheard because we don't speak up, and say, I would like us to look across as our priorities. If we're going to use this as a priority over other things, I would like to know personally what that trade-off is. I don't want a situation where we've just pulled staff and funding because it's one commission, right? We're 7 people, we're 7 commissioners. So I would actually like to see if you're going to pull this from our existing funding, because we do know that the legislature, for whatever reason, isn't funding this. I think if they put the funding forward, but if we're pulling out of existing funding, I want to know what it's coming from, because I have priorities around equity issues, around people of color, around getting transportation for low income people, all kinds of things. And, I guess I could just insist on them. But I just feel like I'm going to speak up now, because I don't want to be that person who was like, oh, well, someone spoke up and someone else didn't. And so I'll say, if there's money that we can all just, direct, please let me know how much it is, and I'll tell you what my priorities are as well. And they're probably going to be around them. It's not, these aren't mutually exclusive, obviously, but we do have limited staff, limited budget. We do have limited resources. We heard that from our capital program. We heard that in our planning program. We know this is a large reason for our reappropriate is that we have staffing issues. So now we're talking about pulling staff time off something. And I want to know what the trade-off is.
And I think that's what the director would come back with. That's what I would expect anyway. Commissioner Connolly, commission report.
Okay. When I started to look at what we've been doing since our last meeting, I thought, well, really haven't been doing that much, except then I sat down and started, kind of going through it. And I thought, well, I guess I have been busy. One of the things that I participated in, which I really appreciated, was the maintenance conference that was held in Bellingham that Becky organized. And it was fabulous. I mean, it was just such a great opportunity to meet and hear from our staff who care deeply about these parks and, do their work there. And it was really just an amazing opportunity. And then we also got to go visit Larrabee State Park and Bayview State Park, which were just awesome. I mean, and I have not been to those parks, so that was great. And then on a weekly basis, there are 2 legislative caucus calls at 7 in the morning. One is the Heritage Caucus and the other is the Outdoor Recreation Caucus. And they are just invaluable. I really appreciate participating and mainly listening, but just hearing from the both learning about other outdoor recreation agencies and groups and the Heritage Caucus, all of the various things that people doing across the state. And it is very educational, I would say, but also just, I mean, it's really great. And of course, get to see Owen brief everyone on the status of bills, which is always fun. I also attended a Washington State Parks Foundation meeting that was done virtually. So that was another good thing to do and to learn about their successes last year in fundraising and how they're going to continue to do that. So that was good. We also had a budget committee meeting, which we will hear almost all of those things later on today. And then on a personal level, I kind of wrapped up my cross country skiing, and then I got an opportunity last week to hike in Riverside State Park. So, and I didn't realize, but I was going through the area where we were doing the forest health work. And I mean, I was aware when I was there because it was like, oh, they've taken all these trees down. So it was very interesting to see the work that we've already started on, even though, it doesn't feel like spring has gotten here yet, but we are out in the parks. Our staff is doing work. So thank you.
Thank you. Commissioner Denberg.
So I was trying to think of how far back we were going in terms of these reports. And I was,
At March, what was
we had a
it?
March meeting, right? Because we've already talked about, I was like, there was a lot with the going on in January and March in session with, the WWRP, the governor's reception. We did, I should just note, I think, 4 of us actually did go through the Senate confirmation meeting. And I was funny, I noted that I've now have, sort of engaged with my state senator, Senator Mazzal, 4 times this session, which I think is actually a record for me. And I'm very politically active. I think that's the most I've ever spoken to my state senator in one, this is a new state senator for me. But it was a really, actually, I think, excellent opportunity to be able to introduce ourselves to the committee and hear in their questions some of their priorities, certainly. And so again, it was at first a little bit nerve-wracking to think you're going to go through confirmation, but instead I really thought it was a good opportunity. I recommend it to the others if they ever decide to make the time again. Yeah, I managed to get outside on a couple of little hikes, including Fort Eby, which actually I've only been there mountain biking, and that's kind of from a different side. And so I went on this sort of, bluff hike, very windy bluff hike. I should have known. And I thought, oh goodness, this is miserable and freezing. I'd gone out there with my niece and I thought she's never going to want to hike with me again. And instead she was just amazed. She was like amazed coming from sort of the Midwest, seeing kind of this beautiful bluff and how far she could see across. And we could, you can see, it was really a really fantastic experience. And I thought, state parks making a very good impression on my niece. In fact, when she was there, she was like, if I move somewhere like this, I feel like I just have a completely more relaxed, different life. It'd be so great. So
What park was that again?
Fort Eby there's
Fort
like,
Eby, okay.
yeah. And so it was really sort of, I thought it was like, yeah, this is what state parks does to people. They suddenly make people want to move here. So it was a good experience.
Great, thank you. Yeah. Mr. Williams.
Thank you, Commissioner Bounds. I will try not to repeat much of what's been said. The maintenance conference was excellent. Thank you so much, Becky and Diana. And I know staff really appreciated the opportunity to hear from Heather and Kyle about capital projects and Diana. It was just a really excellently run event and also the opportunity to see some new state parks. I just want to put a side note in. I had the opportunity in late February to go to a New Mexico state park and was toured by the head ranger there. It was very interesting to see the challenges a smaller state has, with funding and so forth. Owen and team very nicely set up a number of meetings with our legislators in the 17th and 18th, many of whom are new. And I think we will hope to follow up with them, perhaps to a visit to Beacon Rock State Park. Definitely lots of support for our parks, but a lot of that was sort of an educational kind of meeting. It was mentioned the Senate hearing. We'll talk a little more about that later. I wanted to mention coming here, my husband and I rode the Columbia Plateau Trail at Ice Harbor. What's interesting there is there's no indication that there is any kind of trailhead because it's an Army Corps parking lot. So it's an amazing asset, but a little invisible. And then on the way, we did a number of stops on both the Columbia Plateau and Palouse Cascades trailheads at various places in the back of Beyond. Saw some great wildlife, but it did bring to light just the challenges we have in surfacing and just how many miles. It's kind of daunting. But we did in Cheney have a great opportunity to ride the Columbia Plateau Trail there. We do have a wonderful trailhead, State Parks does. And from there, you can either go into the wildlife refuge or go on the paved section towards Fish Lake. So, I mean, again, I continue to be impressed at the assets in this region in that regard. And then just finally, a thank you to the Riverside State Parks Foundation. Ken, thanks for this wonderful map that the foundation has put together, and really appreciate the partnerships and the event the other evening. That's all I have.
All right, thank you. Commissioner Brown.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and good morning again. Well, let's see, got a couple of things to report. I want to start out by just saying thanks. You've already mentioned this, Mr. Chair, just on behalf of myself, I just want to say thanks to Laura and everybody that collaborated and helped us with our wonderful tours, visits, and consultations on Tuesday. I thought it was just an excellent day, and I know both my wife Julie and I enjoyed it very much. So thank you. And then, as always, to the director and to Becky and your team, thank you for all your work in supporting us and making this whole week very successful. Appreciate it very much. Um, in addition to 2 legislative committee meetings and 1 budget committee, a few things to report. I did spend a few days up on the Hill at Owen's request. I think 2 at his request, and then 1 on my own initiative. As Commissioner Williams mentioned, actually the day that we were together, the director joined us for one of those meetings. We started out with a state senator wanting to talk to us about a challenge that they face in her district with I guess we just say a historic preservation opportunity, and that was interesting. But some of the focus that day was on these new legislators from the 17th and 18th district, and having Commissioner Williams there to introduce us and them. I just thought it was a really good model for us to think about in the future. And I have to say, I was greatly impressed by these local legislators. These are some really talented people that showed a real interest in state parks. I did follow up with a handwritten thank you note to those 3 from the 17th and 18th, encourage them to participate in the outdoor recreation caucus. And so hopefully they will. We'll see. But that was really I enjoyed those days up on the Hill. I did go back up on the Hill to give moral support to Commissioner Dannenberg and to Commissioner Williams at their confirmation hearing, knowing how grueling and challenging that will be. And Commissioner Dannenberg participated virtually. Commissioner Williams was there. And I just have to say, they both made me very proud. They just really did a wonderful job. And I know both of them, having followed a commission appointee to the Fish and Wildlife Commission, we're grateful that they are on this commission and not that commission in terms of the kinds of grilling and questions that were asked. And then finally, I'd just say that another opportunity that was afforded to me, I was asked by Vicki Berglove Davenport, who is the production services manager for Washington Filmworks, to present to the next quarterly meeting of location managers that PowerPoint presentation I do. And the point or the interest they have is, and we have, is in showing them the array of amazing cultural and historical and natural wonders that we have in our parks. If you're not familiar with Washington Filmworks, I think the easiest way to say is it's sort of the trade organization for the Washington film industry. That request was followed rather quickly by a request for another meeting. And so I put out an appeal to the director, Becky, to John Crimmins and others, because I needed to have staff in that meeting to support me, and not sure exactly what all they were interested in talking about. But we had, I think, a full hour last week. I really am grateful to Chris Holm and to Emily Weathers and also Claire DeLong joined us for that meeting, for joining me in that meeting. And really that meeting was more for them to tell us about their interest and ideas they have for how to streamline the process for the special permits that are associated with most of the filming that goes on, the professional filming that goes on at state parks. They have some ideas how to enhance that process. And in fact, this particular leader from this group had met with some of our staff a few weeks or months previous. And so John and his team have already put together a working group to look specifically at how we might enhance operational relations with the film industry. And just by the way, this organization also manages a new $15 million, I believe it was, John, is that, I think, $15 million program that is going to be used to incent more film production in Washington State. And they think state parks could be the beneficiary of that in some respects. And so we were happy to hear that. And in any event, I appreciate all of the support, and I'll be working with Claire and with Chris and with Emily to make sure that whatever I present in June to these production managers is the right message and the right, I guess you will say that my PowerPoint reflects what I think they're interested in. And then finally, I think there's a final here, just to say, looking ahead, I do have, let's see, I do have a speaking engagement on our behalf at Fort Flagler, their annual membership meeting. They invited me to attend and say a few words. The last time I spoke to them, it was virtual. And that was when I presented my presentation that you may remember was, I don't remember what the word is, but was bombed. I know you were, it was a bizarre situation. So I'm actually glad to go up there and see these people in person. I also have two other of those presentations, the service organizations, and I think that's enough. A few
Right.
things going on. So thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner. Commissioner Latimer?
So in regards to Commissioner Connolly's report about Larrabee State Park, and some of you may have heard this before, but Larrabee State Park has kind of a special place in my heart because it's probably the reason why I'm on this commission. Years ago, I think it was one of the first state parks that maybe I actually had an opportunity to camp in. But if you got a chance to look at the campgrounds, it's a pretty tight state park. So imagine, I think at the time I had a 27-foot trailer along with a 22-foot pickup truck trying to back into one of those spots. It took me about half hour to get in there. And so it was kind of a harrowing experience. But that wasn't the reason why that I had this conversation with the late Commissioner Doug Peters. Little did I know that Larrabee State Park sits, I don't know, probably 500 yards from, maybe even closer to the main line of the Burlington Northern Railroad. And so at 2 o'clock in the morning or 3 o'clock in the morning, you hear this train whistle, and it's very loud. So I recall having this conversation with Doug Peters that beautiful park, love the camping, but I will never camp there again because of the trains that go through there. So anyway, years later, Doug, when he was looking for someone to replace him on the commission, suggested that I get on the commission so that maybe I could change that. So far, I have not been able to do that. So. I also did attend the real estate committee meeting, which I'm sure we'll get a report on later. At the end of March, my wife Marianne and I had an opportunity to go razor clam digging for the very first time in our lives, and I watched a couple of YouTube videos and thought, okay, I think I got this down. We went out to Twin Harbor Beach, and it's kind of a rainy, cloudy, windy, stormy day. I guess that's probably typical for the Westport area. And so we're out there on the beach looking for razor clams, and of course, when you watch the YouTube videos, they make it look really easy to find razor clams. But when you get out there, you're like, what am I looking for? And so we had to go to a couple people that looked like they knew what they were doing, and kind of admit that we're first time clam diggers, and so we got some help, and eventually we were able to get some razor clams, and we didn't get our limit. I kind of thought, well, we'd go out there and get 30 razor clams. I think the limit was at the time was 15 per person. We're grateful that we got 6 razor clams, and they were good size, but it was a lot of work, and it probably took, we were out there for about 3 hours. We did learn a few important lessons when you go razor clam digging. Number one is you got to dress really warmly because it's extremely cold at the beach. The second thing is you got to have boots. So I went out there in work boots thinking, okay, when I see the tide come in, I'll just run back into shore and it won't get wet. Well, when you're out there and you finally get a razor clam, you start digging for it. Well, then the tide comes in. And so, at that point, you kind of have to leave your clam gun in the beach or in the sand. And if you're not paying attention, the waves come pretty quickly and they kind of sneak up on you. So we learned very quickly that you have to have boots, and they probably need to go to your knees so that you don't get soaked like we did. The other thing is when you get a razor clam, you have to dig pretty fast because if you don't, they can sort of get away from you. And so that's another thing that we discovered. And finally, razor clam digging is a lot of work. I mean, talk about a cardio workout.
That's why they're fish markets. That's it.
So we certainly earned our keep that day. So while we were out at Twin Harbors, I did get a chance to kind of peruse the area because I wanted to see a little closer the area that is the proposed area for the Westport Light golf course. And you know, I don't consider myself a hardcore golfer. I'm more of a fair weather golfer and probably only get out once or twice a year. So it was really hard for me to imagine wanting to golf out there because it was rainy, it was windy, it was cold. And as I kind of looked at the landscape, I was trying to envision a golf course out there, and it was really difficult for me. I know friends that go to Abandoned Dunes, which I think is kind of the proposed model for a golf course. But being out there, I was like, wow, why would anybody want to golf out here on the beach when it's cold? And I know the people at Westport, and there's a lot of groups that are for it. So you know, so I hope that that this can happen. But it was very difficult for me standing out there, imagining golfing out there on the beach because it was a pretty tough and challenging climate. So anyway, that concludes my report. Thank you.
Mr. Williams wanted to add a couple of things.
Can you hear me okay? Yeah. Yeah, thanks for the razor clam tutorial there, Mike. That was really excellent. And just to follow on what Commissioner Latimer said, a few of us will be going to Westport on May 2nd for an EIS scoping meeting, is my understanding. EIS scoping meeting.
Right.
Is
Public
that
meeting. That's
public
EIS.
meeting? Yeah. That's the evening of May 2nd. And in addition, a few of us get to visit Nisqually on the 16th of May. So we're all looking forward to that. And then finally, I wanted to just put in one plug for the Ride the Willapa. It's a charity ride on the Willapa Hills Trail on June 24th. And I know we have a number of staff who will probably also be joining us there. And that's one of our cross-state trails. So join us if you can.
Thank you. Yes.
Flow of information to all the commissioners, like the AIS, how we know what's going on. I feel that I didn't get any information about that.
So our commission policy is for events to avoid a quorum. I work through the chair who picks commissioners that I invite to these events because we can only have 3. So on these events,
Right.
the chair had me contact certain commissioners and there was an order. And so we've got 3 at every single one right now of those.
And there will be,
And there'll be more.
with respect to Westport, there was a major public hearing last year that 3 of us went to. This is we'll see. We're not sure what the turnout on this is going to be. It's a scoping meeting for the EIS. Between now and anytime it comes before the commission, there will be other meetings out there. Once the EIS is drafted, there'll be a meeting for that. So my plan is to make sure everybody has an opportunity to go out there for a public meeting. Holly couldn't make it the last time. Mike couldn't make it the last time. So I picked them, asked them if they could make it, and they could. So when we have a future one, the next in line, really, Ollie, yourself, and Commissioner Conley, who have not been to a public meeting out there. So we'll make sure everybody gets the opportunity because when I went out there, and I know Commissioner Dannenberg has been to a public meeting, it's worth it because you really get a sense of the community and of some of the challenges. As Commissioner Latimer's saying, you look at it and you wonder, how can this happen? Given the weather out there, as a golfer, I can tell you how, because we're crazy, but we'll make sure. So that's the plan.
Yeah, the EIS is public comment really give you can read the pulse of the community and what's going on.
Yes.
And that's because when I used to work for ecology, sometimes the room was packed.
Right.
Because everybody has something to say.
Yeah. So this is a scoping meeting. The next one will be I think probably the next one will be when they actually have a draft EIS. And you'll get a chance, and we'll figure that
Great.
out.
Great.
Yeah.
For our meeting. And
Right.
so hopefully that'll afford us an opportunity to together, maybe visit the site, have some people that can help us with
Right.
interpreting the
Yeah. Great.
the maps and the design things that we've seen, how that translates on the ground.
Right.
And in,
Becky, yes.
and in regards to Westport, we have a planning page on our website. And as comments are coming in, we are adding them to that page so everybody can see them, including you. And when the SEPA is done, those will be added as well. So those are out there right now as comments come in. Netta Hurst is loading them. So those comments are there now for you to see.
But there's nothing like
Great.
being out there with the
Great.
community. Go ahead.
We're able to subscribe to that, right? To get notifications. Is that possible on that page?
Yeah, it's just our standard.
Yeah, and you can
webpage, like
subscribe so
commission
that when you
meetings.
add something,
Yep,
you
like
get
the public,
notified.
you can, anybody, they click a box and anytime, for instance, I update a commission webpage, it'll send you an alert, same thing.
Yeah. Okay, since our March meeting, I also joined Commissioners Williams and Conley at the maintenance conference, which was absolutely fabulous. I second that. And there were vendors there, Commissioner Rob, with their electric equipment, showing the staff and a lot of interest in that. It was fun. It was good. The visit to Larrabee was nice. I'd been there a couple of times before, and it was not, we got to go out to the beach, and there's nothing like water and forest behind you, and looking out at the San Juan Islands. Anyway, it was a great event. Very well done, and the turnout was fabulous. And you could just tell from the conversations among the maintenance staff and with the management that there was a lot of energy, a lot of positive energy. I know for those of us who've been on the commission for a while and having come at a time, Commissioner Brown was here before me, and he was during the time when we were really short of staff and short of money because of the legislature cutting the general fund basically from almost 100 million to less than 10, and then instituting the Discover Pass. Those were tough times. And so the maintenance staff and the rangers who've been here for a long time are now seeing the fruits of their efforts and the fruits of our efforts as a commission to get more resources. The legislature, the governor's been a great supporter of state parks and has, since I've been on the commission in 2014, put forth really strong budgets for state parks. So it was really fun to see that energy among the staff, and the director had an ongoing sessions every, I don't know, hour and a half. Come talk to the director, ask her questions. And there was a lot there. So I'm sure. That's just, you can't replace that. You can't do that on a virtual. I mean, you can do it, but you get a different sense when you're around those people. So anyway, that was a great opportunity. Then on the 20th, had the opportunity to, and I'd done this before, go to Ranger commissioning at Fort Worden. 18 new Rangers getting officially, or formally, I guess I should say, commissioned. It was good to see them. 5 women, new Rangers out of the 18. Still not quite there yet, but that was good. It was nice to see, nice to see that addition to the crew, and they were excited. And I think, as John mentioned, Crimmins mentioned yesterday, the management team was there too, and the Rangers and the director's comments were they were all attentive. And it was great because she laid out her interest and vision and values of the agency. So I thought that was great. Then we had executive committee meeting where we discussed our agendas for today, and also sort of for May, what we're going to do in May, among other things, and a real estate committee meeting that we'll talk about later. And upcoming, as we've already mentioned, Westport EIS scoping. Commissioner Latimer and Williams and I will be there for that. And then the next day, I'm going to attend with the director and perhaps Commissioner Brown. I'm not sure if you're going to be in town or not, but on the 3rd of May, the commission's receiving an award from the State Historic Preservation Officer. It's her annual award for the Beverly Bridge. And so there's going to be a small ceremony at the Capitol for that. And so I'm going to attend that. And then perhaps I'll attend an Earth Day event, Lake Sammamish. So we'll see how that goes. And that's it for me. So thank you. Thank you all for sharing. So now we have commission committee reports, and we're a little bit ahead of time. That's good. First one is real estate. I will let me get my agenda here. We had a real estate meeting on March 24th. We talked about the WWRP grant process, the planning program update, which was kind of previewed, the new planners and kind of the processes that they talked about, Michael talked about, and Nikki talked about yesterday, on how to prioritize projects, how to manage their workload. We had acquisition updates, and that included the Bear Creek Lodge, in the Seashore Conservation Line survey. But the planning program, one of the conversations there was sort of where does staff intersect with the commission on planning projects, on determining priorities, on getting back to, I think, a little bit of our conversation before on how you allocate resources to emerging, new, but also existing activities in the agency. And I don't think we came to a firm conclusion on that, but we'll probably continue that conversation on, and maybe we should have that at the commission as well. But on how, when the planning process or the is at a point where the commission gets involved, when you're making decisions about what to do. Because they're, in talking to Michael Hankinson yesterday, I mean, they have a lot more activity than what they presented yesterday. They just presented the activity related to our priority projects. And so I asked him to think about how they could bring that additional planning activity to the commission at some future meeting, and we'll figure that out. So, and that's it for the real estate committee. So now we have the legislative committee update. We're gonna.
Sure. Thank you, Commissioner Bounds. I will take this on behalf of the Ledge Committee, which is myself, Commissioner Conley, Commissioner Brown. You've heard a lot about the legislative activity we've had since our last meeting. I want to just give a huge shout out to Owen Rowe for leading us on through. This session feels somewhat grueling. It's long, it's a budget year, and it's a little tighter than the last time around. He's done a great job of organizing the weekly outdoor recreation caucus meetings. I think those have been really helpful and productive. So on top of that, as mentioned earlier, 4 of us got to spend some time with the Senate Commission for Committee for Ag, Water, Natural Resources, and Parks. We had our hearing there, and finally we reviewed the operating budget conference letter, which I think you all saw. And I'm not going to say a whole lot more because Owen will be speaking to us later. I just wanted to put in a plug to everybody as the session is winding down to do in the this summer, fall. Make sure you get out and talk to your legislators if you can, or go to events where you might have a chance to say hello and meet them, because we have a great story, and I think it's that visibility is important. And and finally, they all loved the amazing state park swag.
Thank you. Budget, Lori, Commissioner Conley.
We did have a budget committee meeting and we had excellent presentations on the operating budget and the current revenue, the PRSA revenue, and really, again, partly that was to preview the reports that we will be receiving later. So not going to go into detail. And in addition, Murphy's presentation yesterday on capital budget and the capital project update, we previewed that and had really a good discussion about what information we thought the commission is looking for and asking questions and asking for more, information. And I think that was very productive. So it was a good meeting. So we'll be hearing more from Laura later.
Okay, and with that, we're just a little bit ahead of time. So why don't we take our break and we'll come back at 11. I mean at 10, excuse me. No, 11. Welcome back. Our next item of business is our director report. Director Dupuy.
Excuse me. Thank you, Chair Bounds. I would like to do something a little crazy this morning, and just kind of capitalize on an opportunity. Sitting in our audience today is Travis Finmore. Travis is a park ranger one with the Riverside State Park, and Travis came to us through the Skill Bridge program. And I'd like to have Travis come up for a couple of minutes and just talk about the Skill Bridge program and his experience and moving through it, and then procuring a position. It is a grant, Park Ranger one, which we are waiting to see if the grant gets extended. It's a grant position that we've had for, I believe, 3 biennia now at Riverside. But I would like to ask Travis to come up and just talk a little bit about his experience with SkillBridge.
Hello, yes, she said my name. I'm Travis Finborg. So my background, I grew up here. I graduated from Rogers High School, and I joined the military in 2001 before 9/11, and then that happened and changed my life. But I did 20 years in the Air Force, and as I was getting closer to the end, the DoD Skill Bridge program came across, and I learned about it, and I researched, and basically you're allowed to intern with whatever industry program you want the last 6 months of your career. And I reached out to Diana at the time when she was working here at Riverside and asked her if she would be open to letting me do this program. And she invited me and said I could do it. And I met John Ashley, who's a PR3 here, and they let me sign me on. And I started here last February in what year is it? 2022.
Yeah.
And started as an intern, and I kind of worked in all aspects of the job, sort of doing everything, maintenance, interacting with the public. I did a few SHIC events with some kids at field trips and interpretation, all kinds of things, getting my hands dirty in every aspect of the park around here at Riverside. And then at the end of my term, after the 6 months, and I retired from the military, I was hired on as a park aide for a couple of months and worked out at the lake, at the campground, Lake Spokane campground. And then eventually this opportunity for the PR1 position opened up, and I applied and interviewed and got the job. And I got to say, I'm very excited. I appreciate Diana for the opportunity to start at the Riverside during the Skill Bridge program, and it's really worked out for me. I've become a park ranger, which was a kind of goal of mine as I was getting out of the military, and I really do appreciate it.
All right. Well, yeah, thank you. We have any questions of Travis?
I'm curious, why was it a goal of yours?
So, toward the end of my career, I was looking at, okay, what am I going to do next? And I met a park ranger in Teddy Roosevelt National Park and was talking to him. I was getting ready to do the Achenbach Trail, which is this 20-mile backcountry thing, and you're supposed to meet a park ranger so he knows that you're not gonna go be a problem for them when they have to rescue you. And I was just talking to him, and he was telling me about his day and how he just rides a horse and counts buffalo and builds trails. And it's like, how do I get that job? And so yeah, that kind of just got me on the idea. I want to be a park ranger. So that's kind of how it started. Yeah.
So if you see a ranger in Riverside Park on a horse,
yeah,
you got it.
And Ken Carmichael has been involved in some way.
Right, exactly. Great. Well, thank you. Yeah, I'm glad. Yeah. Diana, thank you for allowing Travis to share that. That's great.
Yeah, Travis, thank you. I really put you on the spot, and you weren't expecting this, but I think it's we've talked with HR, and we continue to talk about internship opportunities at state parks. And the great thing about the Skill Bridge program is it is the last approximately 6 months of a service member's employment with the military, and so the military actually pays them. It does not come out of park funding, and then we try to throw as much stuff as we can at them to say, look, what path do you think might be something that you're interested in working for parks, or even if they leave state parks, they have some different skills that they're going to take out into it. If you ended up with Spokane City Parks or something like that. So we were really grateful. I was grateful that Travis reached out to me, and we were kind of a bit of a pilot for this. I don't know that it had happened in too many state parks at this point, and so it's been a really great learning opportunity for us as an agency as well. And so Travis, it was great. I saw Travis at the interpretive training I went to last week at Camp Delaney, and I thought, oh my gosh, Travis is a Ranger One. This is excellent. So it's very great to see you here today, and thank you for sharing. Um, as many of you have mentioned, and our operations director, John Crimmins, mentioned yesterday with some lovely photos. Thank you, John. I've been in a sort of a whirlwind of attending all of these conferences, the maintenance conference. I was at In-Service, the field administrators conference, and the interpretive training. And one of the things that has been kind of a recurring theme for everyone, I think, is how good it was to be in a room together again. It had been a while, In-Service being the outlier on that, but it had been a while where everyone had come together to meet each other and to see each other and to have conversations and just build some camaraderie. So I'm really grateful as an agency that we've had the funding to offer that to our staff, because I think it's been a complete morale booster. And I think that just the ability to learn from people and to meet people face to face, so you don't feel so intimidated, excuse me, about picking up a phone and calling someone and saying, hey, can you help me with this? And I think it will also build on Amber, our HR director, and myself have talked a few times about mentorship program, excuse me, in state parks. And so meeting people, especially in things like the interpretive training, where you have all walks of life. It's not just the interpreters, it's the park aides. We had some maintenance people there. We had some rangers there. And so people are really being able to cross divisionally have conversations with one another. And I think that that will really open up these opportunities to get staff to not feel afraid to actually pick up that phone and have a conversation with somebody, understand a little more about environmental permitting, or understand a little more about what administrative services is doing. So I think it's been a great opportunity. With each conference, I did also have time with every single individual that attended the conference through rotations that they would come and speak to the director. And I purposefully went into these conversations with no agenda. I wasn't there to speak to people. I was there to listen to what they had to say and what their concerns are and everything. And it was really great. I mean, it's a lot of it was centered around just the appreciation that not just me, it's the executive leadership team and other divisions were coming to these respective conferences and hearing what everybody had to say. So just the act of being listened to was really impactful, I think, to a lot of our staff. We talked a lot about career ladders and growth opportunities for staff, and how people would like to see in some instances a more direct path towards something. We hear from the Ranger Ones about they kind of have in some ways a terminal job class, because if you don't want to be a full law enforcement ranger too, that we don't have a lot of opportunities for non-commissioned ranger twos. So just hearing that from people is really impactful. We heard a lot about that you've heard yesterday from the planners and everything, just the joy that our staff has in protecting our resources and working for the public and providing excellent customer service. That is something that we want to continue to evolve. We want to continue to support, have the conversations of what continual excellent customer service means. We have heard a lot about process improvements. We've done some things. There's been some work done in our hiring process. I know Laura in administrative services has worked really hard to, we're going to try to attack DocuSign. And for those of you who used it, it may seem like a pretty innocuous sort of thing. Doesn't everybody have DocuSign? It is far more complicated, complex, and expensive, actually, than we would have ever anticipated. Yes, it is. I encourage you to have a conversation with Laura, because it's been a learning experience for us. Absolutely. But we are making some inroads, I think, that will really help with some key process improvements in state parks. But that was a big thing with people too, is what about this process and what about this process? I know that for those of you who've been around for a while, you may have heard about the dreaded O34, which is our work project form. It's literally called an O34, and there's a lot of consternation in state parks about this particular form because it just comes with a lot of challenges and the complexity and the complicatedness of it. So Ryan Layton actually has put together, Ryan Layton, our statewide maintenance chief, has put together this wonderful flow chart that actually it's the first like visual representation I've seen that makes sense about what happens with an O34. And just that simple act of showing that to people, and the field admins had it because they're the ones who shepherd that process through from the park level. I mean, that was a significant thing. And you talk about people feeling heard, and then the actions that you can take to bring their feelings into fruition is pretty it's pretty empowering for them to watch that. We also talked a little bit about clarity of roles and responsibilities, some consistencies, and just continual direction and moving forward. Sometimes when we have vacancies, we of course ask other staff to sort of fill in to make up a difference for those vacancies. And it was great to listen to staff and understand the true impact that it's having on them and the work that they do. And so brainstorming with ELT about how do we make sure that we're thinking outside of the box when it comes to hiring. And Amber has really been an incredible champion of that and is doing great work in that regard, so we can get those pressures off of people, because in some of our areas where we've had challenges hiring, the work obviously doesn't go away. The areas are pretty equal in the work that needs to be done, but the impact that is felt by staff is valid and true, and we want to continue to honor that and make large inroads as we can. And then a couple of weeks ago, we had an ELT. We just called it a strategic planning meeting, but it wasn't necessarily strategic planning in the big S, big P sort of sense of business, but one of the things that I've taken with me in going to all these conferences, and I know John and I have talked about this, is you have all these people coming to you and saying, this is wonderful, all these great things are happening, we're super positive, and we're interested in this, and we'd like to see more of this. And as you had mentioned, Chair Bounds, about the energy and the positivity about the maintenance conference, which is wonderful. But there's also, for me, it was this moment of, oh my goodness, there's a lot of expectation here, and after I've just finished my first year in this position, and it has been a bit of a whirlwind, and it feels like 3 months, but it also feels like 30 years. And but how do we take this? It's sort of that kind of capturing lightning in a bottle sort of thing. Is how do we capture the what we're hearing, what we're doing, and turn that into actionable items to move forward, so that all of this is just not for naught. It's okay to sit here and hear wonderful things, and I did not pay Travis to say nice things about me, but you hear those and you're like, oh, you think I'm doing a great job, people are loving this, but that's just the hard work starts now. The first year has been really great to sort of hire an ELT to get everybody filled. It has been amazing. A great group of professionals that I'm extremely happy to be working with. But now the hard work starts of taking all of this information from this first year, all of this learning, sitting with ELT, bringing these things into fruition. What is an actionable item? What is not? And being clear with people about that can't be a priority right now because we have these other priorities. And so I think that's our focus, sort of moving in, along with just the work plans and the commission priorities and everything like that, is making sure that we're really listening to sort of understanding the pulse of where we are as an agency, and making sure that we don't backslide, and that we move forward with the actions that we have. So other than that, what I would like to say is we did welcome a new junior ELT member. Our diversity, equity, inclusion director had her baby. Baby Isa was, I think, March 22nd. Was born, and I was able to stop by Ellensburg and see baby Isa and hold her for a lovely 45 minutes. She is quite adorable. She is tiny and just slept in my arms, and it was wonderful. So I can't wait to get her vest in her hoodie, and we'll get her signed up for our next strategic planning session. So it's very, very cool. I cannot make that commitment, but I'm certainly going to try. Jeanette already has been, our DEI director, Jeanette Chien, has already been in a couple of Teams chats, just weighing in on some things. Oh. So she, as in Jeanette's words, she's pretty chill. So baby Isa might be able to make an appearance in Ocean Shores, but I can't promise that, but I'll certainly try.
All right. Thank you, Director. Any questions of the Director? Okay, moving on. We have our financial update. Oh, no, we have Gold Stars. Right, I almost missed that. Becky, Gold Stars.
We can give another employee a gold star for just doing fabulous work, great projects. I've already had 3 commissioners poll, so we'll start with Commissioner Latimer.
In the, I believe the IT department. So congratulations to Anthony, providing extremely fast and thoughtful response to telecommuting peripheral item requests. Your team always goes above and beyond. It's like having a bunch of Buzz Lightyears on staff.
Commissioner Williams.
So this gold star is for Carrie Dennis, Visitor Services Information Desk. Says, thank you for all your hard work and dedication to the CFD team. Special thanks for leading the very successful pumpkin decorating contest and holiday bake sale event.
Thank you. And Commissioner Connolly.
Congratulations to Cassandra Alarcon in operations. Thank you for all your hard work and dedication to the CFD team as the co-leader. Special thanks for leading the very successful Trick or Treat Bag and Boo Gram events and the Pet and People Food and Item Drive. Congratulations.
All right.
Thank you.
Thank you. Now we move on to our item E1 financial update and our Director of Financial Services, Laura.
Good morning, Commissioners. Laura Holmes, Administrative Services Director. Today's financial update is through February 2023, which is 83% of the way through our current biennial cycle. It does include both our capital and operating budgets. We'll take a look at visitation, and then we'll check in on revenue and how what we have collected compares to our projections. Finally, I will do a very high-level comparison of our proposed legislative budgets. Thank you. When I was in our January meeting, we did have a comparison to the governor's budget. So we will have a full comparison of the four-way with the recent legislative budgets. That will be high-level numbers because, as we mentioned, Owen Rowe, our Policy and Governmental Affairs Director, will give a more thorough briefing on the budget line items that we have been discussing. Starting with our capital budget, we have 163.7 million in funded projects. The first 2 columns represent our state construction account, and that's about 109.9 million. We have spent 31% of our new projects that were funded this biennium and 52% of our projects that were reappropriated that were started prior to this biennium. Additionally, we have our grants, donations, and pass-through funds. We have spent 38% of that 53.8 million, and that is mostly our RCO funded WWRP grants. And yesterday, as Kyle Murphy, our capital programs manager, did an excellent job of providing some really great information around the capital projects and their status in the different phases. So I'll just run through this high level really quickly. Looking at that $68 million balance that we have. We've got this biennium completed 16 projects with about 100,000 left on those balance. In construction, we have 27 projects. That's 13 new projects and 14 are the reappropriated, and we have 23.3 million balance there. Design and permitting, 43 projects are here with 28 new and 15 reappropriated. So the balance is 35.7 million on those projects. And planned, which are projects that are on hold, deferred, or not started yet. We have 10 new and 5 reappropriated and an $8.9 million balance there. And in total, that represents about 101 projects that we have in the state capital fund account. Moving into our operating budget, we have 231.8 million in spending authority. 62.8 million is general fund, and we have spent 80% of those funds. 142.3 million in our parks renewal and stewardship account. We have spent 78% of those funds, and 26.7 million for dedicated and other funds, which is mostly the boating and winter rec programs, and 58% has been spent from those programs. For those expenditures, just looking at that by agency program, we've spent 69% to operate parks, 16% on administration, 9% out of parks development and stewardship, 6% is the boating and winter recreation programs, and 1% in suspense. By category, we are spending 59% on our staff costs, which is salaries and benefits, and our non-staff costs such as equipment, supplies, contracts, 41%. Looking at our visitation, this chart will be a little bit different than what we've been looking at in our previous sessions. We had to provide more than just 2 months worth of time. I've extended it out to be a fiscal year rather than a calendar year for this view. So looking at July through February, we have had 26.1 million recreation visits to date. This is down 2% over last fiscal year at that same exact time frame. Looking at February specifically, we are down 13% for the month of February, and really comparing that to the last 3 years, that purple line there, we are down over what we've been the last 3 years. The winter months are a little tough because it depends on weather and maintenance, what's open and available. So we definitely monitor these just to see if there is any trend forming, or if it's just a 1 month off at this time. Looking at our PRSA revenue for February, we were down for the month of February compared to what we expected to collect. But all in all, for this biennium, we have collected 113.3 million. 36% of those funds was generated through our Discover Pass sales. 33% was camping, 6% roofed, 11% license renewal donations, and 14% is all other revenue sources. At this point, we've collected 10.4 million more than what we projected for this biennium. You can see this is largely in our Discover Pass and camping. That was 10% for Discover Pass and 6% for camping. We make less revenue through our roofed overnight, but 32% holding very strong at continuing to collect revenue there. 1% license renewal donations and 24% all other revenue. And then just checking in on trends fiscal year to date. So that's again looking at July through February, year over year. And just for context, so the first blue line there in the Discover Pass, that would be July 2019 through February 2020. Comparing that time frame, we really spiked in fiscal year 21, but we've continued to hold strong. Discover Pass we're holding. Camping we're actually growing still slightly. Roofed we've held strong, and DOL donations as well. The financial summary is consistent with what we've been seeing over the last several presentations. Our capital expenditures are based on their timelines. Any project fund balances for incomplete projects will be reappropriated into next biennium. Our operating expenditures are on track with our allotted spending plans, and revenue is holding strong, and it is higher than our biennial projections. Taking a look at the proposed budgets that we have recently seen from the House and Senate. As I mentioned, I have the four-way proposed budgets here, but we'll take a look at mostly the House and Senate proposals. The fiscal year 23 supplemental is our last opportunity to make changes for this biennium. We requested 5.3 million The governor, House, and Senate proposal actually all mirrored each other at a little over 2 million. And by fund source, also mirrored similar PRSA at 1.4 million and general fund 600,000. For our 23-25 biennium, we as an agency requested 120 FTE. Between the House and Senate, looks like about 35 to 40 FTE is what we'll be anticipating in the budget proposal. We requested 40.7 million. The proposals are between 16.8 and 21.8 million. By fund source, all proposals were very similar, about 6.5 to 6.8 million out of PRSA funding. General fund, the House was 6.6 million, pretty consistent with the governor's proposal. The Senate proposal shows 15.3 million. There were two major reasons for this. The first is that in our last session, the legislature did provide approval for 10 million per natural resource agency of DNR, Fish and Wildlife, and state parks. And parks ended up with not 10 million, but 2.5 million in the carry forward. The Senate proposal does include the full 7.5 million to make that whole for 10 million. So that's partially higher because of that. The other reason is that the Senate did include 5 million for the No Child Left Inside grants to be funded and then that was included in our general fund. For the climate accounts, the governor had proposed 3,433,000. 1,433,000 is for work around our climate change and reduction of greenhouse gas. 2 million is for the electrification of our fleet. The House included the climate work in their climate account proposal, and then the 2 million to electrify our fleet was in the transportation budget. And then the Senate did not include either of those packages in their proposal. Looking at our capital budget, we requested for new appropriation, new projects next biennium, 150.5 million. So the House is about 70.9 million and the Senate 85 million. So we're anticipating somewhere in there for our new projects. Reappropriation, we had estimated about 67.3 million. The House and Senate, so the legislature went about a little bit different methodology this biennium and basically took our actuals through January that we spent and deducted that, and the remaining of our projects February through June was automatically put through as our reappropriation rate. So ultimately that gives us plenty of funding to complete our projects next biennium. Then the Recreation Conservation Office, so RCO, has the Washington Wildlife Recreation Program, and we did apply for WWRP grants. We applied for 21.9 million. The governor and the Senate both funded that grant program at 120 million. So our funding cutoff was about 17.1. The House proposal was at about 100 million. So our cutoff was at 13.2 million for those projects. And just looking at the total for then all capital funds, the agency requested 239.6 million. The House was at 165 million and the Senate was at 103 million. So again, anticipating total grant and state funded projects at that amount. And that concludes the budget update for today. Any questions for me?
Mr. Brown.
Just one, and you talked about it, but I didn't sink in. How is it that the governor asked for a higher reappropriate than we ask, and the House did even more, and the Senate did even more on top of that? I don't understand that.
Sure, I will try my best to provide an explanation. So we went through and estimated what we thought our actual reappropriations would be. We're actually at, I think, 68 million. So we're already pretty close to that 67 million. The governor was more conservative about what work might get done to ensure that there is enough funding available in the next biennium. And I think the legislature, just looking at all of the capital projects, found it easiest to try a new methodology, which is not one that they've used in prior biennium, but to really just say, okay, we're just gonna make an assumption of all unspent funds carrying forward into the new biennium.
And it wouldn't really matter to us as long as everything that's in the pipeline is reappropriated.
That's correct, as long as we have enough funding. So, and this does, provide for that. So it's going to be more than we need, but yes.
And that won't, that doesn't affect the ability to allocate that money somewhere else?
I don't think so, because I think they can do that in the fiscal year supplemental. So everything that does not end up actually carrying forward could be utilized through the supplemental requests.
Interesting. Commissioner Rod.
Did I understand you correctly that the visitation went down by 13%?
For the month of February only, that is correct.
Oh, not okay.
Yeah.
And did I understand you correctly that the revenue went up by 10 million?
So the revenue is up 10 million more than projected for the entire biennium. For the month of February, we were about 30,000 less than we would projected. So we were down in February revenue and visitation, but overall for the biennium, we're still fine.
So the visitation year to date, we don't have that number.
Visitation, we have, it doesn't show here, that's 26.1 million is the visitation. Oh, you mean year to date?
Year to date.
Calendar?
Yeah.
Calendar year to date? No, well, that would be the January and February, the last 2 months there would be the year to date, which is 3.9 million.
See the visitation down, but the revenue, but we don't know the year yet.
Correct.
Yeah, thank you.
You're welcome.
Did you have a question, Commissioner Conley? Anyone else? Commissioner Williams?
This is actually not a question about the budget, but more perhaps a future agenda item. I really enjoyed just briefly talking with Mahar yesterday about some really positive things happening in IT that affect folks in the field. And just sort of getting back to some of your earlier comments, Director Dupuy, just really trying to solve problems that people face in their day-to-day jobs. And so and then you're talking about the DocuSign. All that to say, I think there's really some great things happening in the admin area. So maybe at a future meeting, an update on that would be wonderful.
Absolutely. Thank you.
Commissioner Latimer, and then Commissioner Brown.
So I'm just curious in terms of, I guess, the campsites, roof accommodations, so forth. What percent capacity are they actually being rented out?
Yeah, that data has been looked at, and we are during the off season, we have quite a bit of distance between what's being rented out and what's available. When we hit the summer season, it's much closer, and I don't have that data right here, but we get between, I think, like 90 to 100% capacity in like July and August, so our highest months for the roofed accommodation.
And in the winter, what?
If I remember right, and of course I don't have the data here, but it seemed to me it was somewhere between 60%, 65%, somewhere around there that we were utilizing what's available.
Because in the winter, there are a lot of parks that are just closed, especially over here.
That's correct.
So
they're closed and the inventory comes off. So it is of what's available.
Right. Okay.
Yes.
Yeah.
Mr. Brown.
One quick question, on the visitations, does this still put us on track to have about 40 million visitors this year?
For the calendar year, I haven't looked to see because February is pretty low, so it may be taking a bit away from that. But it was pretty early in the calendar year to really tell for sure if that's going to impact hitting that 40 million we're looking at estimating it to hit.
Okay.
There've been a lot of atmospheric rivers flowing.
I know. It's
in
the truth.
Northwest, so that could be.
Yes,
Yeah.
it does make a difference.
Okay, and then what do we anticipate for fund balance?
So for
yeah.
Yeah, no, that's a really great question. So for the fund balance right now, we've got an estimated amount of between 13 and 15 million that we will land on by June 30th, which won't really close until September. So we won't actually have a good hard fund balance until then. But that's about what we're projecting, which is right on target with where we'd like to be as far as having that capital working reserve.
Okay, any other questions, comments? I think we've got time since 11:35 for a legislative update. be a good segue while the chart about the Senate and House budgets are still on our mind. Owen.
Thank you, Chair Bounds and Director Dupuy. Let's see where we at here. Nope. C2. That's it. Thank you. All right. Well, here I am with item E2, your legislative update. We are almost done with legislative session. This is a picture I took a couple of weeks ago on a Bluebird Day at the Capitol, pretty rare this time of year. And you can see the emergence of the cherry blossoms there, which generally signals the end of a long session. So folks are generally looking forward to that. So less than 10 days to go now. So we're in the final stretch of the 105-day legislative session. Policy and fiscal committee work is basically done. Last week was the last round of committee cutoffs. Valeria Beasley and I reviewed over 3,000 bills. We closely tracked nearly 100, and we've sent a lot of those bills out to staff to have some conversations to make sure we were interpreting them correctly. And so it's a team effort to make it through legislative session at a state agency. Yesterday at 5 p.m. was the House of Origin cutoff, another major hurdle in the legislative session. And so only initiatives, budgets, and bills necessary to implement the budget can be considered in either chamber throughout the final days of session. The legislature worked very late this week. I think the House on Tuesday worked well into the morning, 2, 3 or so. Don't miss those days as a committee staffer. Bills that haven't passed both chambers and don't meet this criteria cannot be acted upon until next session. So some of the bills that we'll be talking about a little bit later that don't appear to have been able to be passed this session could reappear next session. So that always makes supplemental sessions a little challenging. So while all that bill work has been going on, the budget writers from the House and Senate have been busy conferencing now on the operating, capital, and transportation budgets. The conferees need to hash out every difference in every budget and compromise on final legislative budgets. And this is all done in private, so we won't hear much about the status of budget negotiations until the final compromise budgets are released a few days before the end of session. So that should be about a week from now. And these final budgets are non-revisable, meaning they cannot be amended. And then they're sent to the governor for signature so that they can become enacted. And the governor can veto sections of the budget bills. There's no line item veto in budget, and I won't go into great detail on that, but we haven't seen anything in any of the budgets that I think we're going to be concerned about requesting a veto for. So once the governor signs the budgets, we'll start preparing for the 2024 supplemental session and make any necessary changes to the budgets and consider policy legislation that the commission is interested in bringing forward. And I will be before you in July to have that discussion. So when I worked on this presentation late last week, everything was still in flux. So this should probably have been retitled to legislation that has passed the legislature. All of these bills have since passed. So House Bill 10,004 should be a bit familiar to us. We saw this last session built and it failed to pass the Senate. This Senate, the bill passed unanimously in both chambers. And the bill requires the Department of Transportation, the Department of Natural Resources, Department of Fish and Wildlife, state parks, ports, and railways to consider placing signs on bridge projects that warn people about the hazards of cold water shock. And that's just on new bridge projects or remodeled bridge projects. The bill is named Zach's Law after Zachary Lee Rager, who jumped several times from a train trestle on the Willapa Hills Trail into the Chehalis River during the summer months. And in March 2021, the 18-year-old from Centralia didn't realize how cold the water was. And despite efforts of his friends to rescue him, he succumbed to cold water shock and drowned. So the bill specifically requires state parks to place a memorial sign on the bridge for Zach, as well as a warning about the hazards of cold water shock. We talked a little bit about House Bill 1020 yesterday. We now have a state dinosaur, the Sushisaurus rex, named after the one of our state parks, which is why we're talking about this. So the only dinosaur fossil ever found in Washington State was found on Sucia Island Marine State Park up in the San Juan Islands. It happened to be a portion of a femur of a theropod, of a dinosaur that was likely related to the Tyrannosaurus rex. So this is pretty exciting. Certainly caught the attention and imagination of a number of school kids around the state. And Representative Melanie Morgan worked with a school teacher in the Parkland School District, or a fourth grade class in Parkland, to develop legislation to nominate this dinosaur as a state dino. And it's been just a great intersection of civics and science. And Lisa Lance and Alicia Woods were out in the classroom a couple of years ago. They brought a cast of the dinosaur bone. And I think, we've had some conversations with Representative Morgan. I think we're going to organize a couple of trips out to middle schools now, because this is like the fourth session that this bill has been out, but it finally passed. And to kind of bring that full circle together on the state dino. Substitute House Bill 1085, which I neglected to put on the slide, is reducing plastic pollution. That also passed a couple of days ago. We've been tracking this one because it prohibits the sale or installation of expanded or extruded foam plastic docks or floats on overwater structures. And I brought this to our marine maintenance team early in session. It's something we can work within. Also prohibits lodging establishments from providing personal beauty products in individual plastic containers. Don't think we have an issue there. And it requires water bottle filling stations wherever water fountains are installed. And that wouldn't be replacing all water fountains, but just new ones that are pointed and amends the building construction code. Substitute House Bill 1132, related to training for limited law enforcement officers, passed yesterday. This was Gambling Commission request legislation we worked on with them. Parks, DNR, and the Liquor and Cannabis Board all employ limited law enforcement officers. And the bill creates predictable slots during the first 12 months of employment for Rangers to take basic law enforcement training at the Criminal Justice Training Academy. So this was something that Chief Ingram and I were watching rather closely, and he was in great support of. Second substitute House Bill 1176 is the Climate Ready Communities Bill, also known as the Climate Corps Bill. This is governor request legislation that creates the Washington Climate Corps. Will provide job and training opportunities for young people and veterans in clean energy and jobs. And this may be a core like kind of some of our AmeriCorps volunteers we may be able to take advantage of, or to help us work on some projects at the parks in the future. And gross second substitute House Bill 1170 had a whole lot of work on that this session. This is an update to the integrated climate response strategy. This just passed this week, so Lisa Lance and Ryan Carlson and I will be having some conversations about this. It was ecology request legislation. It directs multiple state agencies to compile an updated integrated climate change response strategy by September 2024, and to provide recommendations to the governor and legislature on a structure for coordinating and implementing the state's climate reduction, the state's strategy around greenhouse gas reductions. So look forward to working on that. And I know Commissioner Rod, you'll have quite a bit of interest in that as well. House Bill 1750, related to promoting water safety education, designates May 15th as Water Safety Education Day. Individuals that work with children are encouraged to provide training on water safety and drowning prevention. The bill recognizes that victims of childhood drowning are disproportionately from communities of color. Recognizing this, our boating safety program applied for a No Child Left Inside grant a couple of years ago. They purchased some kayaks. They've been going out to schools to teach kids about water safety on boats. I think we've got 1,000 kids already signed up. That number is probably larger than that now, so we look forward to getting out to the schools. And then also another tremendous partnership with the boating program that I was trying to remember yesterday during my staff report is a continued partnership with the Mariners, our Major League Baseball team out of Seattle. We're doing some boating safety awareness with them, and keep an eye out and your ear out on the radio for updated information about wearing life jackets and things to stay safe on the water. And there's going to be a special surprise this year related to the hydroplanes that I think I've been watching since I was a kid that are now broadcast on TV as well. So you might want to catch a Mariners game or two and see what's going on with the hydroplanes. And then finally, engrossed second substitute Senate Bill 5371 related to our southern resident orcas and protecting them. Reason we're tracking this bill is just to update the curriculum for the boating safety program. Basically, the bill increases the distance a vessel must stay away from these animals from 400 to 1,000 yards. So we'll be updating our curriculum and educating people about that. Now on to bills that don't appear to be going to pass this session. We've talked quite a bit about House Bill 1384, which would provide access to parks for all Washington veterans. The bill, as introduced, would have expanded our lifetime disabled veterans pass to all Washington veterans. This was a significant expansion of a program that provides free reservations, camping sites, moorage, and trailer dumps to resident veterans with a service-connected disability of at least 30%. Not surprisingly, when you enlarge the population that benefits from a discount pass program, it's going to have some financial ramifications. And the fiscal note estimated a loss of over $32 million each biennium through these services. Worked with Representative Shavers, who brought the bill forward to narrow the pass program to Washington veterans that are currently receiving veteran benefits from the Washington Food Program. So as you may recall, last summer I reached out to DSHS to see if we could partner with them. Use some of their expertise, some of their data to be able to identify people that may be challenged in their ability to pay for park visits. Made that change in the substitute bill, and additionally, the substitute bill required state parks to conduct a study on our current discount pass programs and report to the legislature on challenges with the current pass programs, as well as opportunities to increase equity in service delivery. Ultimately, the substitute bill died in House Appropriations, and I expected the report portion of the bill to end up as a policy proviso in our operating budget. We may still see it, but it hasn't appeared yet. It was something that we talked about with Representative Shavers and Representative Ryu. We welcomed this opportunity to kind of tell the story about some of these discount pass programs that have been in place for decades. And we're certainly working with our pro-equity and anti-racism teams to review them. So there may be some conversations about legislation that we may be interested in considering for next session. Engrossed second substitute House Bill 1541 was the Nothing About Us Without Us bill, and this has been a mantra that's been used by the disabled community for a number of years to make sure that they are involved in public policy decisions. This is broader than that. This bill sought to ensure that all underrepresented populations are included in policy decisions to ensure that the lived experience of people affected by policy development are considered by state boards, commissions, and temporary statutory task forces. And I'm pretty positive that this bill will continue to be worked on next session. Saw a couple of e-bike bills that didn't make it this year. Senate Bill 5314 by Senator Jeff Wilson would have created a $5 permit for e-bikes to ride on natural surface trails managed by state agencies, and revenue would have been directed to signage and education for trail etiquette and trail maintenance. And then 5471 by Senator Cleveland would have extended the requirement for WDFW and DNR to allow people with disabled placards to use e-bikes on trails where bikes were allowed. And the reason why state parks was not included in that is that we do allow bikes e-bikes wherever we allow bicycles. Saw some, continued interest in boating safety as well. Both the House and Senate had bills that sought to create a new boating safety education certification program at state parks for people on human-powered vessels, canoes, kayaks, stand-up paddleboards. The policy was modeled off our current boating certification program for operators of certain motorized vessels. The bill didn't get a whole lot of support in committee, but there was some interesting conversations many of our stakeholders on the water about potentially looking at life jacket legislation in coming sessions. We also saw a bill that would address salaries for fish and wildlife commissioners. Basically the conversation here was around equity. The House bill replaced the current method of compensation for fish and wildlife commissioners with an annual salary, which would be established by the governor under consult with the Office of Financial Management. And the Senate bill would have increased compensation for DFW commissioners from $100 to $200 per day, and also provide some support for child and adult care. I'll briefly cover some of the differences or in areas that are lined up in the operating budget that we've been paying attention to. Again, all of these are in, these budgets are in negotiation right now. And so hopefully, we wrote a conference letter, was sent out by Chair Bounds and Director Dupuy to all of the budget writers on the operating budget, as well as the majority and minority leaders. So hopefully we'll see some positive response to that letter in the final legislative budgets. First off, we had the recreation lands management. This was a budget item that's been worked on for since last session by the Washington Wildlife and Recreation Coalition, the Washington Trails Association, our State Parks Foundation, recognizing that all the land management agencies have a significant deficit in their ability to tackle maintenance projects on public lands. The House, the carry forward level for that was about $1.25 million per year heading into next session. We were looking to get that up to $5 million per year as promised last session. That was also assumed in the 4-year outlook. House budget nudges us up a little bit closer to that level, and the Senate budget completely fixes the issue and provides $10 million per biennium ongoing. So certainly hope the Senate prevails there. We've got some solid support for our diversity and equity and inclusion package at the parks. The House budget matches the governor's level and provides funding for our DEI program to support our pair team work, a park ambassador, which has been long sought after, to kind of coordinate with local communities and provide some introductory events at the parks, a much needed ADA coordinator, and support for our folk and traditional arts program. And the Senate budget provides about half the level of the House and focuses primarily on pair team support. Solid support for our capital program, which was great to see in both the House and Senate. House budget matches the governor's level. Senate budget came in a little bit lower at $2.4 million. Both are solid support of our capital program, should enable us to get projects together for our next biennial capital budget in a manner where we're ready to kind of tackle those more effectively and efficiently. Thank you. Climate resilient parks. So we'd asked for funding for a climate change coordinator that will work on our greenhouse gas emission reduction strategy, the state's integrated climate planning, and assessment and planning around the electrification of park vehicles, equipment, and those types of things. The House budget funds with revenue from the Climate Commitment Act passed last session. The state just had its first cap and trade auction, generated significant amount of revenue, several $100 million. House budget uses those funds to fund that position. Senate budget was a little more reticent to use those in kind of a planning area, and so we're working with them on that. I think that they need to recognize that it does take a significant amount of planning to get an agency with much of the infrastructure that has been developed in the 1950s up to a level where we can begin to really take advantage of some of these EV chargers and everything else. Managed state land recreation impact is the work we're doing on with the tribes, which I talked a little bit about yesterday. House budget matches the governor's level. Senate budget took a completely different approach, provided DFW and parks $150,000. The DNR budget was fully funded. It's been a little bit challenging to work that issue, but I think we've been pretty clear that we'd like to see the level in the House budget for parks and fish and wildlife, and to fully fund DNR's request as well. So it's really a coordinated legislative and budget strategy between the three agencies. Glad to see that our Miller Peninsula State Park planning is all lined up, so that's practically guaranteed in the final legislative budget. So we'll have some money to do the additional SEPA work and some work on the master plan for that park. Emerging Leaders Program, which many of you met with some of those young professionals this year at Millersylvania. Great program, really excited to be part of that, and we're all lined up on that, and that looks to be ongoing funding from here on out. And then big difference in the No Child Left Inside grant program. House budget retains the $4.5 million, which is essentially a tripling of the original budget from last biennium. And the Senate budget increases that amount by $5 million one time for $9.5 million. And I think that was just in response to the fact that the program is growing in popularity and we received over $12 million in grant applications. Sure.
Hold questions until he's completely through.
I think let's ask, while you have the legislation and the operating budget up, let's ask questions about that, if that's okay, Owen.
Sure.
Okay.
Because I
You have a
had
question?
question on the,
Yeah.
on that slide, but I don't want to.
On this particular slide?
Yes.
Go ahead, yeah.
All right,
Yeah.
thank you. Owen, I brought this along, our priority list that we were using to compare it with your report. And I have a couple questions. On the recreational land maintenance, we had asked for 14 FTEs and 3.3 million. And we ended up with 7.5 in the Senate. I'm just curious if you can explain to us why we got more than we asked for, or is there perhaps some other nuance there I don't understand?
Oh, that's great that you picked up on that. Of course you would, Commissioner Brown was a former staffer like me. I actually ended up compiling or compressing two packages into one there to kind of save
Okay.
space. Probably wouldn't do that again, but I think overall we ended up with good attention to both.
So
those.
this then is recreational lands management includes our recreational management, customer service, and
I think there was some equipment in there or something. Let me get back. I'll take another look at the fact sheet with you, and we'll
and then I don't see on here, Owen, the inclusive trail system. Is that because neither the House nor Senate included anything?
correct.
And then is that also true of cultural resource management?
No, cultural resource management, we did receive funding for. I mean, there was a lot going on with our budget this session. And so where we were lined up on this particular slide, I just decided to take that out. But no,
Okay.
we did get the over $1 million for cultural resource management. That was great support in both budgets. So they were lined up at the governor's level.
And then my final question on the operating budget, I'm just curious, sometimes these things are a gigantic pain in the you-know-what, but I know you scoured the seashore with help from others. Were there any budget provisos that were problematic in either the House or the Senate that impact us?
Nothing that I'm aware of. I mean, and we've looked, so I wouldn't worry about it. We've had a significant number of conversations at the Outdoor Recreation Caucus with my colleagues and so forth. So we're in good shape as far as budget policy goes
Thank you very much.
for now.
And Commissioner Conley.
On the training for limited authority law enforcement officers, did that bill also provide that they have to provide the training like in different locations in the state? Am I right in that?
Let me take a look at it. I think so. I believe so. And I know the training to the Criminal Justice Training Commission is
Right.
basic law enforcement training. And I think they do provide that at least 3 or 4
Yeah.
places around the state to kind of
Okay.
minimize the amount of travel people need to do. But I
Yeah,
get back
that,
to you.
I mean, it was my understanding, which would be another benefit for us. Okay. sounds
Okay,
good.
anything else on this? Yes, Commissioner Williams.
So, Owen, looking to the future, the bills on the salaries for fish and wildlife commissioners, I mean, I think we know that this is certainly an issue in attracting diverse group of people to many different commissions. So I was just wondering, like, what were the conversations around this bill? Is there an opportunity that this would be moving forward in future sessions, or any kind of other insight you might have on that?
Well, they were introduced pretty late in session. The House bill was introduced by Representative Kratz, who's been long followed Fish and Wildlife Commission decisions. And so let me look into it, but I think it does tie into a lot of the conversations around equity. And it's really interesting as well. Commissioner Brown and I and several other commissioners in the past, we've discussed the level of compensation for our parks commissioners, and it hasn't been changed since 1984. And that's true for all boards and commissions. So there's certainly the need for, at the very least, some sort of an inflationary adjustment. I would think, to be able to try to keep up with some equity. But we're going to be keeping an eye on these conversations for sure.
Commissioner Danforth.
I was just going to comment that I did watch the initial hearing for that bill because I was curious, and it was an interesting conversation. It was presented, specifically around finding more people who are in the agricultural sector or in other sectors where this would be very, very disruptive to their work because of the sheer amount of time. Apparently, the Fish and Wildlife Commission spend a lot of time between meetings doing work, and then it becomes very difficult to attract working commissioners. They did have, and I'm now following them on Facebook. I have them up now. That there was an organization called Washingtonians for Wildlife Conservation. who did, and someone did testify from that organization. And I found it very interesting because I felt like what she was saying was very similar to a lot of what I've said. And it felt sort of oddly bipartisan and coming from different sides that we were in, like, I was like, oh, we're in a lot of agreement here. But then there is a lot of issues in terms of setting the salary. Initially, I think that they had suggest that the original bill had the salary set by whoever sets like rate
Oh,
salaries, right?
Salaries for, the Commission on Salaries for Elected.
Yeah, and they actually testified that they could advise, but their mandate doesn't actually allow them to do it. So it just felt like there was a lot of details that needed to be worked out. And that's kind of I feel like where they ended is saying I didn't feel like there was really anything negative about it. It was mainly just we need to work out the details of this.
Agreed. Yeah, that was my take as well.
Commissioner Conley?
Well, and I do know that other commissions, such as the Public Disclosure Commission, has members who are also concerned just about the per day, the per diem, saying that they have very long meetings and they feel the same way that they want to attract a more diverse and have group of people and allow people who are working to serve, and they're having difficulty getting them. So.
Side is that some of these people appointed to this commission are given by big corporation as a pro bono, and they should not be compensated. So that's I would say, like you have some big corporation, they put people on a commission just to have the goodwill from the companies giving their staff time to help the state.
These conversations around equity can be challenging.
Okay.
Okay.
Keep going.
Capital budget. Really good show of support in both the House and Senate budgets. They both take a little bit different approaches. House budget provides $63.1 million for the next 2-year construction cycle, which is pretty close to what we received in the current biennium at 65.2, I think, which was, for context, the highest capital budget that state parks has ever received. Now, you probably remember from my January presentation that we knew that the capital budget was going to be pretty constrained. The state's got a significant amount of need to make some investment in housing as well as in Western State. And so, frankly, I'm pretty pleased to see even level of support in the House budget. Senate budget funds more projects. It's about $14 million higher at 77.6. So really solid support in the Senate capital budget. Both capital budgets make use of the capital preservation pool that we've used in the past, which provides some additional flexibility to tackle capital projects across the park system. The House budget actually uses $14.5 million and compresses our minor works, so our smaller projects, and provides some flexibility across some of the categories that we're used to having funded. And the Senate budget funds the more traditional capital preservation pool we've been used to in the past years at $42.2 million. Most of our larger projects are in there so that we can move from one project to another as we're potentially running into delays and so forth. They're not mutually exclusive. Potentially both of those proposals could be put into play, and we've always been a proponent of additional flexibility in our capital budget. Nisqually State Full Service Park, our largest appropriation in the state park history at $21.8 million. We're lined up on both the House and Senate there. It's a little bit less, or significantly less than the governor's budget, which would have completed the entire park within 2 years. But I think we're comfortable at this level. I want to make sure that we're not out of step with the Nisqually Indian tribe on this project that we've been working with them on. And it certainly is going to provide quite a bit of work on this park and a significant difference at the end of 2025. The day use improvements for the park were not funded in the House budget. They were funded in the Senate budget. I've since had some pretty good conversations with some of the budget writers, so I'm hoping that that's included in the final budget. Our partners at the Public Development Authority at Fort Worden received $1 million for geothermal to help heat those old buildings at the fort there. They asked for significantly more than that, but I heard secondhand from the lobbyist over there that was an excellent start to kind of get them started on the project. As I understand it, the utility costs at that fort are pretty high. So this will help maybe reduce some of the operating costs for the PDA.
Was that not funded in the Senate?
It was not.
Okay.
And probably strategic, thinking about who the chair of the capital budget is.
Right.
The Senate budget also included some funding for Puget Sound pump out facilities, $1 million. That was something that some lobbyists had expressed some interest in. We'd had some conversations with them in November about providing some additional support for our CVA program that I talked about yesterday. Some of our smaller marinas and ports could use some support with the 25% state match requirement there. So that would provide some lift there, as well as some funding to do a study on where best to place marine pump out stations throughout our waterways. And then just listed a couple of other larger projects here that were in the Senate but weren't in the House. Interestingly enough, in the House transportation budget, they mirror the governor's budget in providing two of our $3 million for much needed equipment for EV. $2 million of that would be for EV charging at the parks for our park level vehicles. And then also interestingly enough, there is back to the e-bike issue, $5 million for an e-bike rebate. I believe that's in the House budget as well. And $2 million for an e-bike lending library. So we'll see where that all lands at the end of legislative session.
Yeah, sure.
On
Go for it.
others may understand this. I'm a little foggy. On the capital preservation pool, how much did we ask for?
We asked for a total, I believe, of, well, we generally, the way that we have to construct our capital budget doesn't really lend itself to requesting for a capital preservation pool, but that's kind of come about in conversations with the budget writers. So basically we submit all of our projects, and then we have conversations about what types of projects would be good to be included in the pool. And the capital preservation pool has really been a legislative construct that's been built upon our capital budget requests. Is that answering your question, or?
No, and again, I think I'm a little dense on this. I thought that this was going back, I don't know how many bienniums. I thought this was a sort of a somewhat discretionary pool that was appropriated for us, understanding that there's a project list attached to it, but we'd be able to establish priorities and spend against those projects on that list
Right.
from this pool.
You're right on.
And
No.
so then my question would be, I mean, the difference between 14.5 and 42.2 is huge. And so I was just curious, and if not now, maybe later, what does that mean if we were to end up at the House level? What does that mean we wouldn't be able to do that we really need to do?
Well, again, they're very different approaches. So the House budget kind of moves away from the more traditional capital pool that you've been talking about, and they create a smaller preservation pool with just minor works projects, and then they fund the other projects more traditionally as line item appropriations in our state park section of the capital budget. And so the pool that's used in the Senate is very much similar to what's been done in the past with some of our larger projects. Like I said, you could put both of these pools into play. You've got one pool for minor works. You've got one pool for the larger projects. So I guess what's heartening there is that the legislature is still signaling their intent to provide us with some flexibility for our capital projects.
So are the projects in the capital preservation pool in the Senate a subset of those, the 14.5 million in the House?
They're not, because
So it's totally different.
Pretty much.
So
yes.
then the reduction are the $14 million less in the House. Then is that primarily then projects that are in the capital preservation pool in the Senate, or is it kind of a mix and match thing?
It's a little bit of a mix and match. I mean, I think the easiest way to think about this is that the Senate budget funds more projects because it's at a higher level.
Yeah.
Both of the capital preservation pool could be included. If you want to compile the small projects, you want to compile the large projects, fine. They're not mutually exclusive.
So the Senate has minor projects listed if they're not folded into their.
Yeah, they're more traditionally appropriated into some of these minor works buckets, basically.
Like ADA improvements, bathroom, that sort of thing.
Restrooms, ADA improvements, park paving, those types of things.
Right. Okay. Yeah, so I guess it'd be helpful. I mean, it's not helpful now. It'd be helpful probably later when it's adopted, I'm sure we'll see the list of projects funded and however they define the pools, and we'll be able to compare what we submitted and what we ended up.
We've got some pretty savvy budget writers in the House and Senate, and they're keeping a pretty good eye out for us, I think.
Okay.
I think they want to make sure that State Parks has got a good capital
Right,
budget.
okay. Commissioner Dannenberg, you have
No,
a
no, no.
question?
No, I was going to say, I think this relates to what I was saying yesterday. Well, but we'll just, at this point, it's so close to being done. We might as well just wait till it's done.
Exactly. Right.
But I was curious, like what the overlap was between the House and the
Wait
Senate.
till the
I don't need to. I
chocolate
don't
chip
need to
cookies
for
come out
two
of the
weeks.
oven.
Yeah.
Okay.
Okay.
Tasty.
Is that, yeah, keep going.
Okay, I'm gonna wrap this up now. Public caucuses,
All right.
our commissioners on the Ledge Committee have done a nice job talking about those. It's really been a great forum to be able to talk about bills, policy issues, and some of the great things that are going on throughout Washington State. Been a real pleasure to be on the Heritage Caucus. Haven't missed any of these caucus meetings at 7 a.m. all session long, so I'm proud of myself for that. Next week are our last two. Don't think I'm not looking forward to sleeping in on Wednesday and Thursday. Outdoor Recreation Caucus, we'll be doing some planning on an interim outdoor recreation caucus tour like some of you attended last year. So more to come on that next week. And it's also been great to have legislative committee commissioners in attendance on those meetings. It's been a nice show of force there. Partner advocacy, we got a lot of great partners that are supporting a lot of our programs. Certainly a lot of support on our operation and maintenance funding that we talked about that was fixed in the Senate budget. Big difference on No Child Left Inside program. I know the Wilderness Society and our No Child Left Inside Coalition are working hard on that one. Our Emerging Leaders program is all lined up with ongoing funding. WTA has been working hard on that. We talked a little bit about the Clean Vessel Act program and the additional $1 million in the Senate budget that was advocated for by the Puget Sound keepers, primarily in relation to the fact that we've got new laws on Puget Sound, no discharge of any sewage anymore. So I think we're going to see some greater interest and need for support of our CVA program. And then of course the Glentana project, a wonderful piece of property that we toured on Tuesday. And so Sine Die is scheduled for the Sunday after next. That's April 23rd. If you've never ever been to a Sine Die ceremony, it's pretty interesting. Unfortunately, it usually happens around 11 or midnight because they usually take up every last little second of the 105 days they have allotted to them. But they'll open the doors of the House and Senate and try to knock the gavels together at the same time. I've been to probably 5 or 6 of these. I may go this year, actually. It's kind of fun. And they never quite make that synchronous end, but it's a really interesting ceremony to celebrate the last day of legislative session, which I'm much looking forward to.
And when do we expect to actually see the reconciliation on the budget, capital budget?
I would expect about a week
Okay.
from today.
Great.
Lay on the table or be in some public forum for 24 or 48 hours. So back up from the 23rd and you can kind of see what the likely target dates are.
Yeah.
I wanted to ask you one more question rather than offering my own opinion. I'm wondering if you and the director, when you think about where we're likely to end up and, somewhere perhaps in the middle between these two proposals on both operating and capital, how should we feel about this legislative session? Did we do okay?
Yeah, I think we did. I mean, we've been buoyed by, the current biennium was just revenue like we'd never seen before. I mean, who would have guessed that during the middle of a pandemic that state revenues were going to be as high as they were? And then, of course, we had some support from the federal government. So expectations for state agencies and for our partners has been pretty sky high. But as we begin to kind of come back into a more normal revenue situation, I think we did very well this session. I'm pleased with
And
the House and
you
Senate
have
work on our
FTE
budget.
numbers on your PowerPoint. So on the FTE front, just a ballpark of what we're likely to grow?
Oh, I'd be a big guess at this point. Laura and I can dig into the details, but if I were gonna guess, I would probably think about 20. I mean, actually, it depends on how
It
you
looked like
slice and
30.
dice it.
Yeah.
Let's just say 50.
Okay.
50?
Yeah, on the operating budget.
Because looking at the budget presentation, it looked like it was, I don't know, 30, 35, somewhere like that, but that may not have been.
We've got some flexibility on that operating O&M money I was telling you about, which we could use to support staff or purchase materials or whatever. So it's a little bit flexible. Luckily, the legislature doesn't appropriate FTEs. They just appropriate the dollars, right?
Mr. Rob, you have a question?
Owen, I heard it about the governor mandate about 20% reduction in footprint, and this year, and the next year will be 10%, but I cannot see it anywhere in the budget. Am I correct?
You are correct, and I know Director Holmes has been working on that quite a bit. I don't think that's in the budget. It may be in an executive order. We'll dig into that and we'll get you the information on that. But
no, thank you.
Yeah, and then maybe next biennium we'll see some sort of reduction in the governor's budget related to the decrease in footprint of state agency.
It's going to impact our agency too.
Absolutely.
But the question is, we have not reached the call has not arrived to us yet. Maybe
Is this in decreasing the footprint
Sorry?
of the building and everything? Yes. Administrative Director Holmes has been doing a lot of work about we have measured out what our current footprint is. Of course, the remote work and the number of people that we have remotely working, depending on the amount of days that they work from home as opposed to coming into the office, all impacts the size of a cubicle space. For what we need for what are called hotel stations are much smaller than if you're working the majority of your work in the office. It needs to be larger, and we have metrics that we are trying to meet, that it's 30%. At the end of the day, it has to be a 30% downsize in our square footage. And we are working diligently. Our lease is up at the end of this year in the building that we're currently in. So whether we stay in the building that we're in or we move to another building, we're taking that all into consideration and trying to reduce the entire 30% in one fell swoop so we don't have to do it again. But it's a little bit of a interesting conversation right now to just make sure that we're meeting what OFM is required, and they've been extremely helpful, both OFM and DESS.
Yeah.
Okay, thank you, Owen. So now,
thank you.
We're 2 minutes late, but we'll take it out of our lunch. So we'll
Let's head over.
adjourn until 1 p.m.
Hi there, just checking in, see if all systems are good.
It is 1:15 and we're going to get back in session. And we're going to hear from Melinda Posner. Is Melinda here? Oh, there she is. I'm looking over the screen to give us a DEI discussion led by Melinda Posner, our DEI manager, because our DEI director is on maternity leave. Had a baby. Okay, Melinda, you're on.
Great. Good afternoon, Chair Bounds and members of the commission and staff. No, I'm not there in person, though I wish I was, and glad to be here with you virtually. So yes, I'm happy to report baby Issa and family are doing well, and I'll be filling in for her until she returns. Let me get my screen up, checking to see if the technology on that end is going to share my PowerPoint, or you'd like me to share mine from here.
Melinda, can you share
Yeah,
from your
sure,
side?
can do. Okay, I'm seeing it come up on my screen. Is it in presentation mode for you?
Not quite.
Okay.
Yeah,
All right.
yeah, that's
Oh, it is?
Yeah, that's it. Yeah.
So it's not going to fill the screen?
No.
Okay, okay.
Okay. Right. Well, good afternoon again. I'm Melinda Posner, Diversity, Equity, Inclusion team. Happy to be here today to provide an update about diversity, equity, inclusion at state parks. I'll be providing an update about our PAIR team, the equity impact review that we're doing, as well as a wrap up about our emerging leaders program and some general DEI updates, including training. So real excited to talk about the PAIR team. This is the Pro Equity Anti-Racism team. This is our directive from the Office of Equity to put together a PAIR team, develop a PAIR plan, and use an equity impact review template to consider our business practices and where we could potentially make improvements in more equitable outcomes. We were fortunate to receive over 50 interest forms, and we've put together a diverse team with Director Dupuy's approval of 24 individuals. And this includes a mix of 14 community members and 10 staff folks who represent different geographies, BIPOC, LGBTQ, and white populations, as well as different positions in the agency. Our community members include a camp host, a park visitor or several park visitors, representative from Washington Trails Association, one of the cohort members from the Emerging Leaders Program, and a mix of other individuals with broad interests in diversity, accessibility, and overall making parks welcome to any and all. We have developed our community compensation plan, and that too, a template was provided to us from the Office of Equity, but we've worked internally with our administrative services and financial staff to really figure out the process for individuals who participate and will be seeking reimbursement. And all of our PAIR team members have received that information, and if they so choose, are setting up the processes for getting reimbursed. And we're currently polling the group to confirm our first meeting date, hoping that will be in the second week of May. This is just with the slide before. Yes, I had a breakdown of the diversity of the external members of the PAIR team. And then within agency staff, our PAIR team also looks pretty diverse, representing really a wide range from area management to our administrative staff, folks in the field, including interpretive staff and park aides, park rangers, as well as customer service, a planning manager, and a member from the executive leadership team. So the equity impact review we've talked about before. This is, again, a template that is provided by Office of Equity. We internally have reviewed that and provided a more streamlined, we hope, and easier to approach template for our individual teams to be looking again at our various business lines. What are the products? What are the services that we provide? Who are they provided to? How are they provided to those groups? There's a lot of questions and a lot of analysis to look at, to consider. Are there ways of doing our business that will result in more equitable outcomes? So we're working with our agency teams, working through those topics within their area of discipline, which, I mean, you can imagine within Parks Development, we have many disciplines. And so each of those teams will be looking at where their team could potentially make some change, whether we're talking about planning or we're talking about real estate, or we're talking about capital program. And similarly, we're working with administrative services and the other teams to do the same, with the idea being that our staff will take kind of that first cut at where the opportunities are and what the options may be for identifying what actions we want to take. And those will come to the PAIR team for review and discussion. And we see that as a collaborative and probably an iterative process, with the goal of identifying our priority DEI investments, if you will, that would go into our PAIR plan, which is to be updated and submitted every fall to the Office of Equity. So we will hope to capture some of those priority actions by the end of this year, and we'll update it as we go. So that's what we're doing with Equity Impact Review, and some groups are further ahead than others. We've been working pretty closely with our visitor services team, talking about our criteria for considering donation requests. We get requests for like the Discover Pass, for example, and also working with our boating program. So those might be some of the first topics that come to the PAIR team. Okay, so transitioning away from PAIR, just to do a little recap on the Washington Trails Association partnership we have with them for the Emerging Leaders Program. We finished 4 days of activities with the Emerging Leaders Program. I think we ended at a really good high note, I think, at the end, with 2 park visits where the Emerging Leaders, they did a lot of trails work. This particular cohort is very interested in being in the field, working on trails, and doing the hard work in the field versus being, inside. And they were very good listeners, but really more interested in being outside and doing trail work. So in the future, we may be able to get other projects done with their assistance, and they may return before the end of their program next week to do a little more work on some stairs at Dash Point State Park. But in addition to working on trails, they also were exposed to a variety of issues and challenges that we're dealing with, and projects that are current. For example, the restoration project at Saltwater State Park, and our trails work at Dash Point, and some of the challenges we have with the extensive trail network there, and history of working with the groups and user-built trails. So we hope to have a debrief with the WTA in the next couple of weeks and look forward to further developing this program in the future. As far as general DEI updates, we are continuing our ongoing meetings. Our employee affinity groups, we have two currently, the BIPOC affinity group and the two LGBTQ plus affinity group, who are meeting monthly. We also are supporting the Northwest Youth Leadership Program. This is a program that Assistant Region Manager John Keats has been heading up, has a great group of youth who are engaged with the parks in his area, and hoping to bring a critical eye to what kinds of things are of interest to young folks. And their first assignment was to visit a state park in their area and answer a few questions about what is great about this location, what potentially could be improved, and what are the kinds of things that would be of interest to others of that age group. And so John is collecting that feedback and will be sharing it with other park staff. And then we're continuing with our business resource group. This is our state parks group of volunteers, staff members who have volunteered, expressed interest in participating on a state business resource group. And these are diverse groups that have been organized by the state as a whole. All Washington employees are welcome to attend, and each agency has identified representatives who attend their regular meetings. And this, our business resource group, is an opportunity for that information to come to the state parks agency and for us to share information with these statewide business resource groups about what's going on in state parks. So there are several. There is the Disability Inclusion Network, the Latino Leadership Network, as well as RAIN, the Rainbow Alliance, and probably seven or eight, I think 7 or 8 total. We continue our communications to agency staff, our monthly DEI listserv. And I noticed that this might be something that we're certainly sending on to ELT and anyone who has expressed an interest, but we may want to add the commission. So I'm not sure that you're on that listserv. The Carabiner newsletter, every other month, we're doing a profile about our business resource groups, as well as contributing to content of the issue that's coming out soon. Will highlight some of women at state parks. Continuing our training with the executive leadership team and getting ready to potentially roll out the DES DEI training. And you may recall DES, the Department of Enterprise Services, put together a pilot training on diversity, equity, inclusion. Last year, invited agency participants to go through the pilot, and has spent the year refining the mandatory training for all state employees. And they've just released that, and each agency is approaching it. Many of them are approaching it similarly with a tiered approach, where in our case, the ELT, human resources trainers, and DEI are taking the training first, and then developing a more detailed rollout plan for all employees. And that's probably going to come out later this fall. Okay, unpacking DEI, what's next for me? This is a training, kind of an entry level training, and something I think Jeanette did with the commission a couple of months ago. We've been expanding our reach with this, responding to individual team requests, as well as trying to reach all of our area manager groups. And we recently did present to the Administrative Assistance Conference held in Wenatchee, the Planning and Real Estate team, Southwest area managers, and the Lake Sammamish Friends as well. And we're developing a training plan for all agency staff, part of a more comprehensive plan for offering multiple training opportunities, whether that's one-off trainings that people or teams can select based on their interest and need, as well as more maybe formal, if you will, or consistent training series for employees or teams of employees to go through a progression of training, as well as a resource hub of DEI resources for folks to connect on their own with conferences and other avenues of learning. So that's where we are currently. A lot is happening, and I'm really pleased to be working with the team we have. And when I say that, it really is kind of just, I see it as kind of tentacles and ripples that Jeanette and I are here, and we're working with you and ELT, and we're reaching all of our teams, and individuals are kind of carrying on a lot of work. We respond to inquiries all the time where individuals in parks are identifying partners, and we're connecting with them and see how we can support a partnership, and looking forward to potentially having a community engagement position in the future that we can start modeling for perhaps having throughout the state. And I'll stop there. Thank you. I'm happy to answer any questions or hear any comments.
Thank you, Melinda. Do we have any questions of Melinda, comments? Commissioners, I have one question. I noticed on the pair team, I guess I didn't notice, let me put it that way. Representatives from the maintenance staff, did I just miss that?
No, I think you're right. We didn't receive interest from, oh, yes, from maintenance staff. We really worked hard to reach as many folks, and did some even one-on-one kind of reaching out, in addition to sharing information in the Carabiner and through other agency communications. Sorry, I guess I had not stopped. I apologize. So certainly, if there are interested staff in that area, we could potentially add certainly another member or two. So that's a good observation. We had the list of everybody in, then started to develop a matrix. Where are people located geographically? What positions do they hold? What interests do they have? And really kind of sought that diversity. And we know that a lot of other staff who would have liked to participate couldn't necessarily include everyone, but I don't believe that we received an interest form from any maintenance staff.
Well, that may be an indicator of what one place to start some of the work too. So, any other questions or comments, Linda? Right. Well, thank you, Melinda. Yeah, and you're next.
I'm next.
I don't think we need to take. We have on our agenda a break, but I don't think we need to take a break. At least maybe after the next presentation we might want to, but I don't think we need to. Is everybody all right? Great. Melinda, you're on.
Great. Okay. Well, good afternoon. I'm going to share my screen.
And this is No Child Left Inside.
It is.
Briefings, updates, so to make it clear to our listening audience.
Good. That's what I'd hope to do. Great. Thank you for that introduction. Good afternoon again, Chair Bounds and Commissioners. I'm Melinda Posner, the Diversity, Equity, Inclusion Manager at State Parks, and also I coordinate the No Child Left Inside grant program. We just completed the 2022 evaluation period for projects that will be funded for activities during the 2023 to 2025 biennium. Why the outdoors? Well, working at state parks, most of us are well aware about the power of the outdoors. It's important for all of us to get outside, but for kids, even more so. Time outdoors helps kids thrive physically, emotionally, and academically. Yet the average kid spends less than 10 minutes a day outdoors. The effects of not getting outside are more impactful to youth that have been historically underserved, and Washington State is fortunate to have several outdoor learning programs, and No Child Left Inside is one of those. It is focused on getting kids outdoors and prioritizes underserved youth. The program purpose to empower local communities to engage students in outdoor education and recreation experiences and focusing on serving youth with the greatest needs. So this snapshot is funding and application history. The program started in the early 2000s, but lost funding during the recession. It picked back up in 2015 and continues to grow with ever increasing funding requests and also funding. In 2017 to 19, the program was funded at 1.5 million. This grew to 4.5 million in 2021-23. The budget increases have still fallen short of the requests, but it has certainly resulted in a lot more applications being funded, which was especially impactful during the pandemic. But really, the demand hasn't slowed down, as you can see for this period. Looking at requests of 12.3 million, 173 applications. So if the $5 million in the Senate budget gets approved, as we were just hearing from Owen's report, the program will be funded this year, this biennium, for a total of 9.5 million. Quick snapshot of the schedule, which basically shows the timeline for getting to where we are at this point in time. We're waiting for the budget to be approved for the upcoming biennium. Once that happens, we'll recommend an approved list of projects for Director Dupuy's approval. And with that, RCO can issue grant agreements and projects can start and have a completion date of June 30th, 2025. This is a summary of the applications received. At the time, there were 174, but I believe one application had pulled out, so a total of 173. Grant request 12.3 million, and with match a grand total of 23 million in funding to support kids getting outside. And I'll just note here too, the number of applications in Tier 3, we doubled the number of applications in Tier 3, which created some challenges for our evaluation process, which I'll talk about in just a minute. But here is geographic distribution of applications. I'm hoping colors show for most folks the Tier 1 applications. That tier is for newcomers to the program. It's capped at $25,000, and these are visually represented on this map in orange. Tier 2 are grants up to $75,000 and are visually represented here in blue. And the Tier 3 grants are, they can seek a maximum of $150,000 and are identified here in green. We have seen some expansion of the program across the state, but we still have a ways to go in terms of having more equitable distribution of projects, especially on the east side. Who's applying? As you can see, the majority of those who are applying are nonprofit organizations. We have seen an uptick, though, in tribal governments applying. I think we funded 2 tribal government programs last cycle, and there are at least 4 in the current cycle. If all of the grant applications were funded, we would be serving 135,000 plus students for over 4.6 million hours of outdoor experiences. So this was one funding scenario. This is based on the legislative appropriation of 4.5 million, which we know may be really different when the budget gets approved. So with a potential more than doubling, we could see double of the number of projects that get funded. The State Parks Director reserves the right to adjust the allocation of funding, and the reason for that is so that we can make sure there's equitability between all of the tiers. As if we were just going with kind of sheer numbers, we could have tier 3 projects wipe out a significant amount of the budget without having a similar number of projects in the other tiers. And so an example of that last time around, with the way we allocated the funding, each tier got about 62% of those projects funded that were applied for, or 65% in the case of a tier 3. So I mentioned our evaluation process. We faced a few challenges. Primarily, this was because of the number of applications. We expanded our advisory committee again. We've done this before, and we did that so that we would have additional individuals to help evaluate all 3 tiers. So we have currently 27 members. We added additional park staff, including Assistant Region Manager John Keats and Communications Consultant Sarah Detmer, in addition to Michaela Croyne, our Folk and Traditional Arts Manager, and myself. We also added an outdoor environmental education specialist from Department of Fish and Wildlife, and our first high school student. This young woman was a participant and a peer leader in a former No Child Left Inside project. The organization was the Service Board, which you may have heard about. We have a really great group of advisors, excellent diversity in background, experience, expertise. So due to the high number of applications, you may remember that Tier 1 and Tier 2, Tier 1 again is for newcomers, it's the smallest grant amount you can seek. Tier 2 is up to 75,000. Those tiers are evaluated on a written basis. So they're basically reviewed and scored. The Tier 3, they have an opportunity to make a presentation to the advisory committee. And so with, what do we have, 54? If we were to continue what we had done in the past, which had been 25 minutes per presentation, it would have taken us a full week. So we decided to try an experiment. We trimmed down the amount of time there would be for each presentation. And what that did is it required all of the evaluators to really do an intense review, a complete and comprehensive review before the presentations were made. And we then had really excellent questions, which helped the advisory committee differentiate between projects. So there was pros and cons. I think we did an excellent job in uncovering kind of the differences and really looking for the best projects, if you will. But also those shortened that time period. So we didn't have as much interaction. The groups themselves didn't get to present for as long. And that might be something we're going to evaluate in the future to see what is a good compromise. So with that, the next 3 slides cover the preliminary ranked lists. Again, these are preliminary. They sit and wait until there is a budget, and they sit and wait until Director Dupuy approves. And once that happens, then they become real projects that can be funded and move forward. So the Tier 1, this is the top 20 grants in the Tier 1, and Tier 2, it's really small text, but there is a complete packet of all of the ranked projects, I think in your packet or on the website. And that'll take us to Tier 3, and if we were to receive the 9.5 million in funding, it could fund about 77% of the projects that were applied for. And that would be as compared to the 4.5 funding, approximately 40% of those. And I will just say, as an evaluator, it is a tough job. The projects that come forward, they're fantastic. They're serving those who are underserved, and it is a real challenge to look for the differentiators. And course, every evaluator brings their own personal perspective, and we're also looking for where those niches are, like whether there's a project that is focused on a particular population, such as those who are in a justice program, those who might be just focused on folks who suffer from mental illness, and or we had some projects that were specifically designed for LGBTQ folks. So each evaluator had to go through the review of all of those and kind of do their preliminary scoring and then come to the presentations and make their final scores after that. Project highlight. This is just one example of a project, the Unleash the Brilliance, also referred to as UTB. This particular group has been funded in the last 2 cycles. It ranked number 3. It is a program that helps youth reduce at-risk behaviors, increase school attendance, and raise graduation rates. They work with the King County Department of Truancy Diversion, supporting 22 school districts in the county with truancy re-engagement workshops that embolden youth to make positive life-changing decisions. And I believe those who were at the Recreation Caucus meeting when we did a short presentation about No Child Left Inside and the outdoor learning grants, you probably heard some of these program representatives there at that meeting talk about No Child Left Inside. So just right before we conclude, there are other grant programs that fund getting kids outdoors. One of those is the outdoor learning grants that are funded to the Office of Superintendent for Public Instruction. Like No Child Left Inside, this outdoor learning grant is administered by RCO, and it follows a lot of the grant application and evaluation process procedures that RCO has developed. That's the Recreation and Conservation Office. And while similar in many ways, the outdoor learning grants, they require a school partner. That's one difference. And they don't allow, like a private recreation provider could apply to No Child Left Inside program, but not to an outdoor learning grant. But it's great to have additional funding for other programs. It just expands the opportunity for underserved youth. And with that, I will tell you about our next steps. One is waiting for the budget, obviously getting that approved and having the ranked list go forward and getting these projects underway. We're also planning a policy review this fall to look more closely at the evaluation criteria, in particular the sustainability criteria, and continuing to refine the way we evaluate each program and those served. In conclusion, I'd like to leave you with a story, a short story. This comes from Davy Clark of the Nisqually River Foundation, which is a currently funded project, and the group's recent Winter Mountain trip. I'm going to quote from Davy. I got back to work about a week ago, and this was in my inbox from RCO. When we arrived at Longmire, the first student off the bus set the tone for the day. Right when his feet hit the snow, he looked around and yelled, "This is awesome!" Personally, my favorite moment came about halfway through the hike. A group of students stopped in a small clearing to catch their breath. The firs and hemlocks were as big as any we'd hiked by that morning where they chose to stop. One student took a moment to tilt her head all the way back so she was looking straight up at the canopy above us and let out a long, "Whoa!" Without any prompting, the rest of the group followed suit. For those couple of moments, it was a real joy to just sit back and watch the collective awe and wonder that little group of students found on their own. Just one example of the impact No Child Left Inside makes for Washington youth. And thank you. I'm happy to answer any questions and hear any comments that you have.
Young, and then I see like adults, almost adults, kids. Can you tell us about the age group?
Yep, from preschool all the way up to high school students.
High school students.
Yes.
Okay, thank you. Thank you.
Mhm.
So I was just looking at the location of your advisory committee members, and you had mentioned the sort of, balance of the program applicants, but there's a lot of Seattle and a lot of Olympia. I only see two from Spokane, and that's actually the same number of people, believe it or not, from where I live on Whidbey Island. Freeland and Oak Harbor are both on Whidbey Island. And so I'm like, okay, there's two from Whidbey Island and two from Spokane. That seems a little off. Olympia is actually smaller than Whidbey Island in terms of population. And so it does seem, although, we understand why there's so many from there, but has there been, I mean, is there something about, I assume that this has traditionally been meeting in person, maybe? Or is there some reason about the structure why it's so incredibly West Side heavy? And then, I mean, it's very, very West Side heavy.
It's a great question. We used to meet in person. RCO has gone to virtual, I think permanently, because it does allow applicants and advisory committee members easier access. So we don't have that as a barrier. What we do have is just really finding folks who want to serve. We are always looking to expand that representation on the East Side. And if there are individuals or groups that you know of, let us know. But what we typically do when we have a vacancy or we need to expand, RCO looks at applications because there is an application process. So we look at applications that have come in, and we also reach out to folks one-on-one or organizations one-on-one to see if they're interested in serving, looking at the diversity of the kinds of members we have, and right, the geography as well, but you're absolutely right. It is West Side heavy. And I think there's opportunity for expanding that diversity, and it's challenging as well, especially this commitment of time. If even for the written applications, I mean, 50 or so applications for each, it does take a number of hours. I think that I kept track of I can't remember exactly, but at least 10 or more hours of individual evaluation before the presentations. And so it is a commitment of time. We've had some folks participate and then, decide it's it may be too big of an investment. But good point. And continuing to look for that diversity is key.
I wonder if we can just sort of offline, maybe, commissioners who are from other areas, brainstorm a little bit. I'm sure, our new DEI director, maybe somebody from her university community. I feel like, there's really no one from Central Washington on this list at all. And so maybe with a little bit more, brains
Yeah.
on it, we can all start seeing if we can start drumming up some interest for you.
Yeah, and thank you. Jeanette did actually reach out to the university. So we have explored a little bit, but I think there's more energy we can put there. So that's great. We'll follow up on that.
A lighter note, I'm going to test your memory. I noticed that one of these grants is for a program called Big Balooza. What is the Big Balooza experience?
Oh gosh, you're going to tell. I cannot remember. So are you talking tier 3?
Yes, tier 3.
Big Palooza. No, but I could
Big
find out.
Palooza.
It wouldn't take me long to find it, but I can't tell you right this moment.
Okay.
I'll find it for you though.
Hi, Melinda. Thanks for that great presentation. And the group that we heard at the Outdoor Rec Caucus meeting, where are they here? They were really terrific. That was quite an impressive story. At any rate, so this is something that we administer in conjunction with RCO. And so I'm trying to understand better sort of what is state parks responsibility, because this money comes into our budget, but most of it, as we can see from the list, is not spent in state parks. And what is RCO's responsibility?
Oh, good question. We did administer the program ourselves for a number. Well, we started that way when the program first began, and I think we continued that way when things started up again in 2015. But we recognized pretty quickly that RCO is set up to do. They manage and administer many grant programs, so they have the infrastructure and the learnings that they've done, and the systems and staff to support a really what we feel equitable and fair evaluation process. And so when I came on board with State Parks 4.5 years ago, I think we had just entered an agreement with RCO to have them do that evaluation process. So the way we partner is that State Parks it's written in statute. The State Parks, this is a State Parks program. The purpose is written there, and some of the policies we work together on. RCO has been really good about bringing policy questions to us. For example, we're looking at other grant programs and seeing that match is not required. So do we want to consider a change in match requirement for this program? So they bring that advantage as well, kind of sharing with us what other grant programs are considering. And they basically tee up everything for our review and approval, meaning that all the applications come into RCO, and so they provide a summary to us of here's the applications and here's the geographic distribution, et cetera. And then they are the ones who collect the applications for advisory committee members as well and make recommendations to us. And it's up to us, and our State Parks director must approve all of the advisory committee members and the ranked lists. So I would say it's a pretty positive partnership. They do a lot of that heavy lifting of the grant administration. We would need at least one full-time, if not more, staff to do that ourselves. But we really have the latitude to make decisions about how we manage this program. So there is that opportunity there. We've shared, I guess, the outreach and education about the program, and for a number of years it's been oversubscribed. It's very popular, very competitive. So we haven't had a real intensive marketing campaign, but we have talked about over the last couple of years putting more energy into capturing the stories. And I've just spoken recently with our new communications manager. We're going to be sitting down to talk about what that looks like. Does that answer your question?
Yes, great, very helpful, and I love the intentionality on capturing the stories, because that was kind of my next question. So that's wonderful.
Right, and those are the best too when you hear them. Any other questions or comments? So Melinda, I have a question about the committee. If you're on the committee, can you represent an organization that also gets a grant?
You can, and all of the RCO grant programs are structured that way.
Okay, so
yes.
there's an opportunity for members.
Mhm.
I mean, in some senses, I think that's a good idea. I mean, I think that's a way to give back, since it does take a lot of energy to review the grant applications. And I'm assuming there's probably they probably can't review their own, but nonetheless.
You can. Most applications, or I think all the grant programs are structured that way, that if you are reviewing, if you're an advisory committee member, you review all applications. And the idea is that we have a diversity of interests, experiences, and we are being as objective at, we basically come to the table with the criteria, but have to almost develop your own matrix, if you will, about how you're going to score, because there is a lot of subjectivity that comes into reviewing a program and the students served and comparing it to these kids are going to be outside a lot more hours. these kids are going to get this kind of experience. So I think RCO has had questions about this in the past, and in the end, this is something they've been pretty consistent on. And I think they've done some analysis as well on that it's a good way to go. So, and we did, I mean, speaking of advisory committee members, we did lose a member who was also a project applicant from the east side in Yakima farm worker group. A gentleman was on the committee for quite some time, and he recently stepped down. And that was a project that was regularly funded and probably is in the mix this time around too.
Yeah, great, thank you. I've just a comment about this. I know in the past and I can't remember where, we had a meeting, maybe it was in Yakima, I can't remember. And we had, and maybe our business meeting, one of the funded applicants come and tell their story. And I thought that was really, really good, because that's a lot of what this is about, is exposing kids to the outdoors and the programs that the NCLI supports. And it's a nice thing to do. If we have that opportunity in the future meetings, maybe have an applicant, a recipient, be able to bring some of their kids that have been involved in the program and come and show us what they do.
Yeah, very good point, and something we have tried to do, and I think we're going to have to work harder to do this. Tried to, once the programs are approved for the funding cycle, trying to get a sense of when they're doing their activities and seeing if there is a matchup when the commission is meeting and commissioners will be in the area. It hasn't been that there have been that many that line up, but certainly we can look for opportunities to bring those stories to you. I think that would be fantastic.
Great, thank you. Okay, we are now at 2:00. I guess I'll take a little poll here. Should we take a 10-minute break or no? Anybody interested in a break? We good? Right. Okay, so are we prepared for our tribal division update? Jenna Bowman, tribal director. Come on down. Right, exactly. Yeah, right.
Hattaratu, Aschacho, Estes, that Iazelis. Good day. I thought I would begin today by kind of re-emphasizing and bringing back some of the words that were shared with us by Warren at the Spokane House. And if you've ever heard me talk, you know that tribal relations, we don't fit in the square of dominant society. We're very circular. So Warren started the circle, and I'm going to bring us back in this circle. And I'm just going to start by saying how much I appreciated and admired the wisdom and words that he shared. And that we as an agency cannot expect to simply build a department that is tribal relations without first taking the time to build a relationship. This is an essential element to Indigenous people and our culture. And we are asking to build a department that's based on tribal relations. So I think that that was really important. And the other thing that he shared really is relationships are our stories. It is tribal relationships. So I'm going to share a little bit of my story. I'm the great granddaughter of Agnes Cece and Wilbur Meninek. I'm the granddaughter of Grace Godell Meninek and Herb Godell. I'm the daughter of Cherie Godell Meninek and Robert Losick. As I open, my traditional name is Adzalis. My colonized name is Jenna Bowman. My traditional name was a gift that was given to me, and it's very, very sacred to me. My Kaya, which means grandmother in my language, gave me that name, and I thought it was because of the color of my eyes. As you will notice, I have blue eyes, and I was the first blue-eyed grandchild ever born, and I thought it was meant to make me stand out. As I grew in life and I walked beside my grandmother in life, she explained that my eyes were going to see things differently and from a different view than anyone ever would. And my traditional name is the color of my eyes, but it's like that of the sky. So I was going to see things from a different view, a different perspective. I have lived up to that name in numerous ways by not only leaving my tribe to come work for a state agency and see things from a different perspective, but I was also gifted a child who was not alive when she was born and had to be resuscitated. In my language, there's no word for disability. They are not separated or seen as different. They have their own story to tell and their own gifts to bring to us. She's been a true gift and has shown me a totally different view, but she's also made me value how important it is to use my voice to share my story and share her story because she can't share it. So I truly am living up to my grandmother's words. And when Warren shared his story and shared how it's so essential to make space for us to hear these words and build a relationship, everything in me resonated that this is my role here with you. Now each of you know a part of me that is held so dear to my heart. But we have a different relationship now because you've heard a little piece of my story. And I want this to resonate as a park agency. I want to see us as a shining star for all the other agencies because we're going to build a relationship. We're not having an affair. We're not having tribal affairs. We're not here to direct tribes. We are here to have a relationship. So, with that being said, I'm going to keep talking. We have a lot to share about what I've been doing since I started. I can go. There we go. Oh, went too far. One of the first things, obviously, as you know, I've been gathering a lot of information, been doing a lot of work, but right now what's in our face, we take priority on things that are really going to be happening and are essential to tribal relations. Canoe Journey is one of them. This is very sacred, is very part of our culture and tradition. And if you don't know what Canoe Journey is, it is us reinstilling our tradition and values with our community, with the outside community, so people understand what we did, where we went, how we're connected to the land and water, and the routes that we took to exist. There were many times that we were migrating, and that Canoe Journey, we traveled those routes for the essential things that we needed in life. We are now here at a time when it's going to be happening, and we have some of these landings that happen at our state parks. We need to be wonderful hosts. We need to be prepared. And one of the things that I'm noticing as these things are coming up is that we're not prepared enough to be very good hosts. And so we've elected John Crimmins to be one of the main points of contact working alongside me because this does affect his team immensely. This year, now that COVID is slowing down, we're talking potentially 20,000 people at the paddle to Muckleshoot. And I think that we have a great opportunity to make this an amazing foundational block in our relationship with the tribes to be prepared and set up. It could be very things that maybe we think are minor details, but are major details to our tribes. So I really want us to understand. I invite all of you to come to Canoe Journey. It is open to the community, and you will see a piece of who we are in such a different light. And it's an amazing opportunity to be a part of. So, like I said, going in priority need, this is one of the top ones on our plate. We've had contacts from several of the tribes asking us to be prepared and what we'll be doing to help them accommodate. Birch Bay is one of them. So, just a lot to think about, a lot for you to know that I think I was talking to one of the commissioners about, I don't really know if my job right now is tribal relations. I really am an octopus wrangler because there's tentacles going in every direction, and we're just going to go with it. We're doing okay. Next, I'm going to tell you a little bit about what I did when I first came here. I showed up at parks to kind of see what had happened, and I think that that was really important. I've been really using this as a learning opportunity with the teams. I sent out a survey of sorts to assess what they were defining: tribal communication, consultation, tribal relationships, and what was essential to building these foundations. As you can kind of see from this slide, answers were everywhere across the board. There was a lot, but there was nothing. A lot of people probably think, gosh, that's terrible. That sounds terrible. But for me, from an Indigenous perspective, I looked at it and was so excited to reach out to the tribes and say, guess what? This is like us having this piece of property that we bought to build this beautiful home a long time ago, and we haven't done anything with it. There's a little dust, there's a little weathering. We got to clean things up. We get to build the foundation together with you, the tribes. And the tribes are excited. They're happy to be part of the conversation. As I've been doing the internal assessment, I've been reaching out to the tribal nations directly and having conversations. I'm listening. I am literally sitting in front of each one of them. That again is a traditional custom. Please don't do it virtually. Show up in person and have the conversation. I've been doing that. They're excited about this opportunity. There is a lot of hurt, and I'm not going to cover up the fact that we have some damage control. We need to repair some relationships. We need to work on it, and that's okay. The fact that the tribes are sharing and voicing what has been happening tells me that they haven't closed the door to our relationship, and that's invaluable. I'll let you read through. Like I said, I won't read each statement, but as you can see, this is taking time. So what does that mean?
But I want to ask a question because I'm not sure I understand. So we asked we asked 15 questions in some kind of a survey or instrument. Who did we send that to? How many people responded?
All of our staff.
So
I don't
this
know
is
that every
internal.
staff responded. We started at executive level and we started reaching out through our teams through the director level, seeing who had touched with the tribes, and I think sometimes when we reach out to our staff and we say, have you had communications? They were like, no, not really. But then they would go, well, wait, I'm in the park and yeah, so-and-so showed up from the tribe and asked me some questions. And I said, that's part of the communication
And then on
process.
this first dimension here under tribal communications, I'm not familiar. What does the acronym UNA stand for? It says park staff interact often with tribal staff to coordinate U&A. I'm not.
Oh,
Pardon me?
yeah, usual and accustomed. Thank you.
What does it stand for?
Usual and accustomed.
Thank
So
you.
the lands.
Thank you.
So what does that mean for us? That means that at this point, our teams really need at least some high level guidance. And I'm not saying we're putting this into policy, because one thing I'm going to keep reiterating throughout this is we need to have the tribes involved. I don't want to implement a policy or a procedure if we haven't at least provided an opportunity for them to see how it's going to work for them. There's 29 federally recognized tribes. We have other nations that we talk to that hold state statute, and some don't hold statute at all. they still are the original stewards of the land, and we need to have a conversation. But to start with, I've started planting seeds and having conversations with our team around consultation and communication. We are defining all of this, yes, under consultation, but with two separate caveats of big C would be that big government to government formal conversation consultation. Little c is what I'm telling our teams right now is happening almost daily. It's the outreach, it's the engagement, it's the conversations that are building a good enough relationship to guide an effective consultation process. And the little c is almost more essential, I would say, than the big C. So this is where I jump in and I'm talking to our staff and explaining what that means and what are those protocols. There's a lot of unspoken rules when we're engaging with tribes that we need to be aware of. I took this job because I wanted to share my story. I wanted our teams to know those unspoken rules so that we do have a relationship. So again, that's another big process. We're not there yet. I have amazing ELT input. Often I show up every month with how is this looking, guys? And I value each and every one of them for the opportunity that they provide me to align from a state perspective, because I say all the time, I have to take off my tribal hat and put on my state hat and make my two worlds align. And it it's a lot, but it's going well. And I'm still smiling, so I think that's great. Like I said, I talked a little bit about policies, procedures, and protocols. Obviously, we're not ready to enact anything, but I wanted to share this slide because I really want us to think about when we're pushing these forward what tribal sovereignty refers to and what indigenous sovereignty refers to. We have a lot around those conversations, and you heard Monica, you heard Warren. It's in my DNA, my stories, who I am. I'm a cultural resource. And we need to remember that when we're talking to the tribes. That is kind of where I am in a nutshell. Like I said, it's a lot. I feel like a lot of people have a lot of questions about every direction that I'm going. I'm happy to answer any of those. One thing I just want all of us to do in completing this circle today before you ask me any questions is to ask us each to remember to be our own voice, to share our own story, but to take the time to listen. I'm not asking anybody to share my story for me. I'm asking for space to share it myself.
Okay, Commissioner Brown.
The
hand was right up.
Second. I wanted, well, thank you for your presentation and sharing with us a little bit of your personal story as well. It was really nice. I had a chance just to spend maybe 15, 20 minutes with Jenny yesterday, getting to know her a little bit, talking about some of my interest. One thing that you might want to think about is maybe sending a questionnaire or an instrument to us to draw into your database some thoughts and experiences we have in this regard. When you look at that third dimension under tribal relationships, I was struck by the comment, it would greatly assist me if we had a process or steps to follow when desiring outreach with a tribe. My frustration somewhat is where to begin. I'd also, it's also, I think, important to know not only where to begin, but when to begin. I've told this story before, and it's not a criticism, but I was in Yakima at Commissioner Latimer's request a few months ago, and I thought, let's go out to the Yakima tribal headquarters in White Swan and just pay a courtesy call on them, just to say hi. I had the chairman's hat on last year when I was doing this, and frankly, I got a lot of pushback from staff. And I don't think they didn't trust me or didn't feel I was going to, screw things up royally, but I didn't get a warm and fuzzy response either to what I thought was a genuine interest in just having an outreach. So that's just, I'm just sharing with you now one of my experiences with that. But anyway, I'll stop talking. But yeah, maybe you could draw us into a circle of conversation as well, because I think there's a lot of different experiences both here, and I've had tribal relations professional experiences for probably the last 30 years as part of my professional work. So there may be some benefit to that.
Yeah, thank you for sharing that. And I will say that in a lot of our working with ELT first, I'm sharing a lot of educational opportunities on boarding school experiences, assimilation, and tribes' relationships with state agencies. Yes, we are parks, but we are still a state agency. And it would truly be disrespectful to just show up at the door. And one of the reasons I say that is, like I said, I'm alive because my grandmother survived the boarding school experience. Her experience were state officials showing up at the door. It's not something we should do. So the guidelines and protocols will be essential, and we will keep talking about them, and I will keep sharing what I think is an effective way to do it.
Commissioner Dannenberg.
Thank you. Commissioner Brown, thank you for sharing. And I think some of the, as we've gone through this, excuse me, there's been some similar frustration with staff who have said, I've built this relationship for a long time and I don't understand why I can't just continue the current relationship that I have. And what Jenna brings up is a really important point, is that we're seeing things from our perspective, which is a completely different perspective than what a tribal person or an indigenous person is bringing to that relationship. And it could be what we would consider a working relationship, but it doesn't necessarily mean that we're really taking the tribe's history and what their comfort level and what they're trying to accomplish into consideration. And it's more of working in a world that we're used to, and that this is the way that protocols are done with state governments. And so it's like, oh, this would make complete sense, that it would be respectful for us from our perspective to say, I'd like to call on these people because that's what we do. But our society, the table that we've built, is not the same table that indigenous communities have built. And so it has been a bit of a process to recognize that the perspective that from which they are looking is much different. And we're really relying on Jenna to sort of reestablish those relationships in a way where the tribes are able to tell us what they want, how they want us to approach these things. And so we really have put a stop to many of the communications that we're having, which has been very challenging for staff. And I know it's been very hard on some things, but in order for us to do the right thing. So it was sort of taking a step backwards in our sort of mindset of how we do business, but it really is a gigantic step forward in understanding how we're going to build a relationship and be respected when we walk into these conversations. We understand that the table that we sit at and the table the platform that we work in has been built over many generations here, and those protocols are familiar and comfortable to us, and we respect them and understand them. But there are protocols, and this is not about assimilating tribal interest into our protocols. It's us understanding how we need to change in order to build that more solid and trusting relationship. So I understand what you're saying, and it's very meaningful. But the work is now the onus is on us to reset the way of thinking and how we need to establish those relationships.
All right, Commissioner Dannenberg.
So I have a question, and I also come from a culture that tells stories. So I have a tendency to do this, and this actually happened very recently to me, that I was at a friend's house, and they are very interested in like maps, and their shower curtain was this sort of very elaborate old historic map of Los Angeles, and buried in the shower curtain, I mean, it's a whole map, right? A series is a slough, an old slough that in LA that actually was N-word slough. And it was not big print on their shower curtain, but it was there. And I'm not sure if anyone had ever noticed it, but I did. And I sort of winced a little bit, and I think I kind of jokingly mentioned it. And my friend took the shower curtain down immediately. And I was like, well, don't you need a shower curtain? And they were like, I'll find something else. And then next time I was over, there was like a plain white shower curtain, and because they had like ordered another shower curtain because it's a nice place. That came quite a while later, right? But what I noticed and what I did appreciate is their recognition that that shower curtain was like immediately doing me harm, and that they took this immediate action of taking it down, even though they didn't have the new shower curtain. They didn't even have a temporary shower curtain. And then they had to like run to whatever Bartels and get like the plain white thing, that plastic thing that's terrible. And and then resolved it. And sort of it was this first step of taking it down. And I look at this as a state agency and go, are there places where we need to take down the shower curtain? Is there somewhere where we are, something that we have or we're doing, or there's an action that's actively doing harm? And even if we don't know what the solution is, where we should be taking some very quick action, as quick as bureaucracy allows. And I don't know if there's been any sort of, if there's anything that you've found or seen in that sort of space.
Yes and no. And before I answer that, I'm just going to say that I appreciate your story. I love that you spoke up earlier and said that if no one's going to do it, I'm going to find a voice, because that resonates truly with me and my daughter's story. She doesn't have a voice to tell. But the other thing I'm going to say about stories is you shared yours, and I caught you for a few minutes and said how much I admire what you've done and I appreciate it. I still wouldn't stand there and tell anybody your story. I would invite you to the table to tell the story yourself, because it means so much more coming from you. And I think that that's really what I'm trying to get across to our teams is make the space. Maybe they haven't found their voice yet. Maybe the tribes aren't ready to share all of these stories. There's a lot of trauma that comes with it. You just sharing this story about the shower curtain, I watched your body language and you see the emotion coming out when those things affect you. And that's where some of our tribes are. They have a story. They want to tell it, but they're still fighting through things. And I think that I take that into the conversations with our teams. I'm really trying to, if things aren't the way they should be, I'm trying to gently take down the shower curtain so it's not punitive, and to say, we need to have a discussion about this and why we're taking the shower curtain down. So I am getting there. I'm just trying not to come in like a tornado and, be that, that instigator of chaos, even though I do have a t-shirt that says I'm a chaos coordinator.
So I have a whole new concept of shower curtain.
And
Thank
if you
you
see old
for
maps
that.
of Los Angeles, seriously look closely before you buy them.
Right. Commissioner Williams.
Thank you, Commissioner Bounce. Thank you so much, Jenna. That was really lovely. And good on a whole lot of levels. I guess I just welcome more training, if you will. We are not part of ELT conversations where, you all are doing learning. We're not part of that learning. So any way that some of the learning can be imparted would be great.
I
and
love
most
it.
welcome.
I actually already asked Diana if you guys were ready for me, and I said, well, let me introduce myself here first and see what you guys do with it. But I am actually really excited to share more and do some of the trainings that I have done with ELT. I think that they've been very effective. I just totally want to put my hands up to our director, who I said, I need to do this training with our team. And her jaw literally went back. Can you tell me what it is? And I said, I can't. It will be ineffective if I tell you what I'm going to train you on. I really need you to be in the moment of this training. She allowed me to do it. She didn't know what I was going to do. I mean, I could have come in there all sorts of sideways and crazy. I did an assimilation training, and I think that it was invaluable because the reactions were authentic. They were real and they were felt. And nobody was prepared for that day, but I think we all left with valuable insights. Thank you.
And it gives me too much credit to try to figure. But I just wanted to say in answer to you, Commissioner Williams, that Jen and I have talked about even the terminology that we use and what is the appropriate terminology and all of that. I think that figuring out how we're going to deliver it to the commission is one of our priorities because it affects all of us as representatives of Washington State Parks.
For sharing your story, and also to echo Commissioner Williams' comment that we would welcome training. I think, and as you say, we all, even the survey, because we all do have our own experiences. And I would say mine have been in some times in very formal situations, like in a court situation, and it's very different. But I think it's valuable to look at it, through your lens and to have a different way to process it. So I think that's important. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I appreciate that, and I think it's difficult sometimes for some people to walk on the street and watch themselves from the balcony. And then you have the perspective to show us in different way. Thank you.
Commissioner Milner, do you have anything before we take our second round here? Okay. Commissioner Brown?
Second round since work. I think, I think some of you know from history that I have a real interest and even passion in this area. So just in terms of more perspective, one of the greatest personal and professional experiences of my life was the 10 years I was the lobbyist for the Confluence Project. And wherever you go in Washington or Oregon, you know that the Confluence Project did nothing without not just consultation and collaboration, but full hand in glove partnership with multiple tribal nations and interests. And that brought me a experience that I value and friendships that have lasted to this very day. And what I learned from that was in terms of the value of those partnerships, you're not going to have if you're not with those folks, if you're not talking to those folks, if you're not collaborating and in partnership with those folks. And one of the great disappointments I have now in my 12th year on the commission is how very little of that happens at the commission level in terms of tribal relations. So that's what you're walking into. It's just not in our DNA at this level to be involved in the way that I sometimes think we should be. And there are events and activities, annual meetings coming out of the Centennial Court. We don't get invited to any of those. It's all done by staff. And so I'm not being critical here. I'm just sharing with you my experience. And it's not one that I'm, particularly happy about. Obviously, pretty ineffective guy because I haven't been able to influence much either. But I just, again, I just share that perspective with you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Yeah. Commissioner Latimer. You're not nearly as tall.
Yeah. So I'm just curious if with the 29 plus tribes that are, I guess, just in the state of Washington, do you anticipate that there will be, I guess, times where even for you personally, it'll be challenging sometimes to get, either unification or agreement on various issues. I would imagine certain areas or, probably even maybe areas of conflict even between tribes.
Yes, definitely. It is one of the things that I have been bringing up a lot. I mean, as Indigenous people, we are products of colonization, and one of the best tools of colonization was the intent for us to attack each other. The lateral violence exists that, claim that, hold on to that piece of land that we don't want to give up because that's what we were given. It happens every single day. I think that my role is also to bring the tribes together, to find a way to work together collaboratively and to recognize and honor all the voices who want to be present at the table. Like I said, we have tribes that don't have recognition due to a process that colonized them out, but they're still invaluable voices. And maybe that doesn't mean we have protocols that recognize federal recognition, but we should recognize the Indigenous piece of it. But that's something that we as parks need to determine our processes. So it's going to happen. And I'm hoping that we at parks know that it's not our role to stand in the middle. If it does come to that point, I'm pushing our director to really lean toward Governor's Office of Indian Affairs to be that mediator in the process, because that is their role.
Thank you.
Well, thank you. I guess my comment would be, I'm assuming there will come a time where we've had the appropriate consultation, the appropriate relationships built, and we end up disagreeing on an outcome. And I think that's going to be maybe the challenge for all of us in that situation, which is not too different from a lot of other situations we get challenged with, where we go through a process and get the input, and we have to make a decision, and not everybody's happy about it. And I'm just, assuming that may become a situation in the future, but we hopefully, with your guidance, we will do that in a respectful and a way in which the relationships were built appropriately, and we can hug each other and go off doing what we're going to do. So I think that's a challenge.
I think that is why I really want to plant the seed of the definition of a relationship. When you think of a relationship with anybody that you hold close to, whether it's a significant other, a child, a grandparent, you don't always agree. It's inevitable that we're going to agree all the time, but we have a relationship where we should be able to voice that, work through the differences, and still have a relationship at the end. So right now, we're going to build a strong enough foundation that when we get there, the tribes are probably going to tell us what we did wrong, and we're going to say, yep, I understand that, and we're going to move forward, but just not the way you think we are, and we're going to move forward together.
Okay. Well, thank you very much. I look forward to it. And yeah. Okay, I think I'm going to beat you. 2:35. We have review some follow-up items, and I'll put some on the table that I've written down, and feel free, everyone, to add to that, and maybe even respond to some of them. One of the things I noted this morning was hadn't realized this with our tour on Tuesday, but that what the inland Glen Tana property, that one of the things we need to be spending some energy on in the next, maybe this year or next, is a process to change the long-term boundary, if in fact we want to do that. So I think that if that's going to put us in a position, and them in a position, to be able to apply in the next grant cycle for WWRP money, we need to be in a position to have a long-term boundary that accommodates that, if that's what we want to do. So that's an item, Director. I don't know when we have that conversation, or how you're going to pursue that. The other one is the electrification plan, and what I'm expecting there, I guess, is that the director will come back with, here's how we're going to proceed with. We do have a priority for sustainability, and this can fit within that category, but we do have people doing work, and they're doing work already on this. We just need to figure out how you want to proceed and take that forward, so we have a plan at some point. And we talked a little bit about this yesterday, planning projects in process that are not just the big 4 or 5. And maybe we have a briefing that at our next virtual meeting, or maybe it's a later date. But I think we're interested in knowing that there are a lot of projects out there that our planning staff are involved in, that you just want to know about, sort of where they are. And I think Commissioner Wins brought this up, the IT stuff going on in IT, that's general administration. So maybe that's a briefing at some future meeting that Amber can fill us in on what's going on in administrative side. Laura, right, excuse me. Right. Yes, let me get this right. Should have brought my org chart. And then the other two things I just wrote down, I guess, one is the canoe journey. So when is that, and where does it,
Yeah.
where are the points of connection? I know where some of them are, from my experience in Seattle. And then any kind of tribal training or engagement with the commission, similar to either a survey or I don't know exactly how to proceed on that, but I think have we all been through the tribal training? I don't think, so you haven't and Ali has not. I don't know if it's still happening, but
We're, the next session is this fall.
it's not about consultation and that it's about the history and a little bit of the federal, the understanding of the legal relationships between sovereign nations and all that. But you do get a really heavy dose of a perspective that isn't your perspective or my perspective, but is a tribal perspective. And I thought it was really interesting. I've done a lot of reading and engagement with tribal issues in Native American, and I thought it was very well done. So if you get a chance, it's worth taking the time to do that.
We have training for that this upcoming fall. So just like we did with the other training dates, and when we invited commissioners, we'll make sure that you're both on the agenda for that.
So anything else? Yes.
That's plenty for Diane.
Yes. Mark.
I have two things down here. Both are administrative, and the first is something you've already captured in part, but yesterday Lisa had mentioned to us the historic preservation training and the cultural preservation training. And now I think you said that's combined into a single training. But I actually did those two trainings a number of years ago now and loved both of them. And so it just occurs to me that all of these training opportunities for commissioners ought to be captured in some way in which maybe monthly or quarterly, we can at least see what lies ahead over the next 60, 90 days that would provide us with training opportunities.
Did you get a golden salamander?
Pardon me?
Did you get a salamander?
A salamander?
Yeah.
Oh,
Did you get certified?
I don't remember that. I don't remember, but I do remember the historic preservation training. I absolutely loved it. It was wonderful, but I don't think we actually got any.
Well, you were certified.
Certificate of accomplishment or anything from that, but
You got more to go there.
and then the other thing I have, and this is just me, and again, everybody, but Ollie's already heard this. And this is not a big deal, but we did have 2 or 3 presentations that the PowerPoints didn't have page numbers on them. And remember that, for the ELT, that helps us when we have questions to be able to refer to a specific page number so we can all go back to that. But make sure we have page numbers on the PowerPoints, please. They were all excellent, but there were a couple missing that.
And maybe to just the other thing that I think we did talk about yesterday too, that I forgot to write down, and that's work plans. I think
Yes.
they're going to send that out, and I know Becky said they're going to send that out. So
Yep.
just to keep us informed, and we'll see what's going on. Anything else that I did miss? Okay, and we're going to have Laura for a moment before we close.
Good afternoon. I just wanted to give you a quick update on the invite that Dr. Brent Nichols with Spokane Tribal Fisheries staff extended on Tuesday at the Glentana tour to attend the salmon release. So for those of you that are interested, that will be taking place between 10 and 10:15 a.m. Tomorrow morning, or that's actually the best time for you to arrive. My guess is the release will be more like probably 10:45. They expect the hatchery trucks to arrive around 10:30. So you should come to the Spokane House Interpretive Center, and then staff will direct you from there to where you need to go for that if you're interested.
Okay, thank you, Laura. So that being the case, we shall adjourn at 2:45.